Of course.
So, yeah, and so Echo, one of the reasons why I decided to do this was because I've been seeing a lot of our opposition hosting these lives, but I haven't been seeing um, actually anybody other than yourself talking about this.
Yeah, I think we knew Adora was bad with the um, stuff on OF and streaming and everything, and a lot of people just weren't talking about it. Andy has held lives. I've held lives. Very few people have. In a non transphobic type of way, we have to remember to do it because you take away from the impact when you start mixing transphobia in there. This is why it's important for people on our side to speak up and have these conversations in constructive ways.
Hmm.
Um, I think even now, more than ever, it is just as important that we make a clear stance on it and that we send a clear message to everyone that this is not a reflection of our community. It's not who we all are. This was one outlier who did sexual things, took a medical procedure, did sexual things, and then to everybody, it came out recently that there was additional stuff going on besides that, heavily related to incel ideology. Um,
Can you explain?
things,
Can you explain what that means for people? Because I didn't understand what incel actually was for a very long time. So for the people that are in here, if you want to kind of go over like what that actually means.
yeah. So other people are better at it than me and have more information on it. My knowledge on it is very limited. I will give that because it's not something I have not been overly exposed to until the internet and recently. Um, it is involuntary celibacy. It usually is followed up with a distaste for women, disdain for women. I'm going to rephrase that. It's a disdain for women or females in that case, um, where they develop a hatred towards women. All
In the
right.
most extreme manner. Sorry to interrupt, but like in the most
No, you're good.
extreme manner of it.
Right. Um, yeah, it's definitely like an extreme thing. And like it's not something you would say is common with like trans people, I guess. It's not like every trans person is an incel. Let's make sure because people will try to paint that image, and that's not what happens.
Yeah,
Um,
so if I was to read the definition of what an incel is, it says um, a member of an online community of young men who uh, consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile towards women and men who are sexually active. They blend a blend of involuntary celibacy. Um, so that kind of just gives you an idea.
my take on it with Adora is that she had this incel mentality and she had a disdain for women and she felt the only way to get close to a woman is to change her body to become one. I've always found it weird, and for lack of better words, I always found it weird that when someone would question her what is a woman, she would grab her chest after she got implants and say, "Am I not a woman?" When we look at what a woman is, we're trying to move away from defining them based on their genitalia, their sex characteristics, things like that. And she used to do things like that.
And I won't lie, like I myself am currently struggling with the fact of trying to understand if somebody is an incel, how affirming gender would be fulfilling or satisfying with gender dysphoria for an incel that has such hatred toward women. So I'm struggling with that myself. I think there's other people out there that are probably with me, but I'm having a very hard time wrapping my brain around that and what that means and who they are.
Yeah, I mean, Adora kind of came onto this app and she created this community of people um, that looked up to her, right? They looked up to her, and so of course, it's shocking, when we hear these things, and it's extremely disappointing. It makes us question people, right? And I just want everybody to know that this person is not a representative of the community. Um, there are awful, god awful people in every community, right? And I don't know if Adora is trans or not. She claims she is, and I'm not going to dispute that. Um, but I just want people to be aware that this isn't normal behavior, especially within trans community.
And I think it's important, just as, Goose had said when he started, that people do speak up on it so that we remind everybody that bad people are bad people and that's all there is to it. It has nothing to do with anything beside that, and we can all agree that P3DOs and everybody else, we do not condone that behavior whatsoever. And it's not representative of who we are. And now this person is being weaponized against the whole community because they did have such a platform, and it's dangerous.
Yep. Andy did a whole live on the new stuff about 4 days ago. That live is recorded on my YouTube. If you go to my link tree in my bio, my YouTubes are there. It's under the Echo Debates account. And there's a playlist, Adora, and it's the only video in the playlist. So it goes into very heavy detail, heavy trigger warning. There is genital mutilation. There's content. There's interaction with sites that have been known to house CP. Um, there is stuff that Adora has reposted or rescripted or wrote herself that has been exposed and brought up within the last week. Again, heavy trigger warning. Do not
Exactly.
ask to see the content. It's never something you can unsee.
Yeah. And if for people who know me, I usually, the content that I make and the lives that I hold, I don't typically engage in this kind of um, I don't talk about this kind of stuff, right? Other people usually do. And um, I don't know. I don't particularly enjoy, conflict, and so I try and avoid it. But I felt like this one was kind of important. This is my very first live that I've ever done like this before. I know Echo, you have a lot more experience doing this kind of stuff. But I didn't feel as if this was getting enough exposure. And I hope that m my platform will allow more of a reach for people to see this person in case they do try and come back to the app again. That you guys are all aware who this person
Yeah.
is.
If the link tree is not shown in my bio, just go to YouTube, put in Echo Debates. It should pull it up.
Um, Echo, are you a mod on this account? Are you able to bring people up? I don't.
I'm not.
Here, let me.
I think I can.
Oh, can you? I don't know. Like, yeah, there's. Okay. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I do just want to say, like, the information was shared between a small group of people. Um, it's not something that you would want to see. And if you want to see that information, I do not recommend it. And I would question your own.
Yeah, yeah, no, I would agree. I would
I don't
agree.
want to see it.
It's definitely um you're going to end up going down a slippery slope of content on the internet that you may not be prepared to see. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Echo, I think you have access now. I don't know who everybody is except for Pope.
Yeah, I don't know the other person.
I feel like I saw website. Yes, I did. I'm going to bring them up. I saw them in another live. I think they have a personal
Yeah.
experience.
Website's been on my live before.
Okay, good.
Hey.
Hey, welcome. I know I just saw you on another live, so I do know that you are over the age of 18. So, um,
Yeah,
and
way too old, but to be dealing with this kind of shit from disgusting people. But yeah,
you want to talk about your experience that you've had with Adora?
yeah. So basically, there was a few different instances, a few of which Echo are aware about, but I'll elaborate on the other ones. So the first of many was I was in a Discord, my old Discord with Adora, and she asked me if there was um that were interested. This is before she knew I was in New Zealand. So yeah, to preface, I'm in a different country. Um, if there was any women I was aware of that would be keen to like message or chat or talk back and forth for some fun, I just sort of said no, sorry, I'm not aware of anything or anyone. Perhaps you'd be better off with a dating website. I'm also not in your country. Yeah, so that was one of the first ones. And then the second instance was I was on a live with her Mel. And I can't remember who the third person was, but there was someone else there. And I never let my kids in my TikToks ever, not even videos. There was one instance where my child ran into the room. Well, one of the many, sorry. And she was like, "Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you know, if she can say hello, but what's her sex? What's her gender? How does she identify?" And I just, off the bat, was like, okay, this is fucking weird. That's just the kind of thing you don't ask an 8-year-old kid. And then the third instance was I was a part of many of the lives where she was supposedly not dilating, but I've come to find out she was. Yeah, so that's sort of my story. I have, like I said, I had spoken to Pulse about this, and I was on another live this morning just explaining my piece, but I also wanted to preface, and Echo already knows this, I won't stand for that transphobic bullshit. I'm basically just here to say my bit and explain what happened and my trauma. And if you want to be a transphobe, you can get fucked and do that with someone else. Because I'm sorry, I don't use that language on your live. I don't need it taken down, but I'm pretty angry. It's currently 7 o'clock in the morning here, so
No,
yeah.
yeah. And I do appreciate you coming up and kind of sharing your experience. Um, I see a lot of people in the comments just kind of asking, like, they're not sure what's going on. They've seen this person before on backgrounds. Um, and just to kind of give like an idea of what's been going on, this person identified as a transgender woman. They were on the app. They grew their platform pretty successfully, pretty large in a very short amount of time. Um, it was later discovered about, I don't know, maybe like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, that they were diluting while debating with people on a panel. They've exposed themselves. They said like accidentally, like stood up, either wearing no pants or anything like that. And there was an occasion where they were streaming to OF at the same time as debating people. And the only reason they knew that was because they were able to hear the voices from one live into the other. Um, I also want everybody to understand that when Adora came back and made a video, an apology video, was basically saying that it was for educational purposes, that it only happened one time, um, and that is completely false. Now that more information has come out, we could confirm that this wasn't, it was definitely not for educational purposes, and that this has happened more than once. And the way that they were kind of discovered basically was, somebody was in one of the lives, right? And they basically called it out. And if you overlap the timestamps of when she was streaming on OF and debating, like it all lined up, and she doesn't deny it now. Um, she is off the app at the moment. At least her accounts are down. I wouldn't be surprised if she's still on the app, just not under her name, because typically, people who are, um, they're very dependent, I guess you could say, of the attention that one gets on this app. I find it hard to believe that she just kind of is gone and just closed it out and never to be seen again. I can guarantee you she's still here, um, peering like under a different account that we nobody knows of.
And it's even more concerning with not only the diluting, but the new information that came out that was exposing the incel behavior and other CP type information and mutilation
Yeah,
thoughts.
it was like I still, even though Echo, even though I didn't see the photo, like the pictures that Andy was speaking of in her live, I have an
Yep.
image in my head, and it's pretty bad. The image that I have that I created off of the description that I heard. The unaliving of women in a brutal, sadistic manner, right? The one that sticks out in my head is the one where there was a woman just like sitting in a road and they just kind of drove right into her. Just
Right.
remember.
The whole playing a sport and then whatever team loses unalives the other one in whatever manner they want
Mhm.
is stuff we're talking about.
And Echo has the live recorded. It's about 2 hours long. If you want to go and look at it, you could click on Echo's profile and go to their link tree. I think it's a link tree,
Yeah, it should
and
be
you can.
linked through my bio. If not, just go to YouTube, put in Echo Debates, and it should pull up my channel.
Right,
And
and it's
before the
under. It's under. Is it still under lives? That's where I found it.
It is under lives, but I did create a separate playlist, and it only has it on there.
Okay, perfect.
I just want to preface too, sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to say too, if I've accidentally misgendered anyone in that little spiel I just did, I'm incredibly sorry. I am not about that transphobic shit, but I am still learning, so yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
the
no,
other thing,
no. I agree. I agree. I don't think that just because somebody has done an awful thing, right? Like we can all agree, right, that this person has done an awful thing, right? And basically gaslit us all. And we're all sort of victims, just by, contributing in any kind of way, you know, and that I don't I don't think, and I would like to think that this is accurate, that the people that were closest to her uh, did not know the um, the detail of um, of what came out the other day. I don't know. I haven't asked, and I don't know even if I asked, I would get a truthful answer because like who would admit to knowing this, right? And not say something. Um,
yeah, the other thing too is that if you go back and you were to look at some of the comments that other people posted to them prior to their physical transition, there was a lot of questionable language and names that were being said to Adora that raised a lot of red flags also based off of the beliefs that they hold or held.
Yep, and I will say I did get a direct message from Adora's old mod team, the ones that stuck with her through everything up until this week. They are no longer associating or defending Adora as well.
Good, as they shouldn't.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird that a couple weeks ago, I thought it was just me, but apparently it was a bunch of people got private messages from Adora, kind of trying to um, I don't know, cool the coals a little bit,
Me
you know,
too. You can
test
use
test
me too.
test the grounds to see if it was safe to come back. Just kind of apologizing in private. I don't know if they were hoping to gain support, right? But they did eventually host a live, um, and it was it was done in poor taste, right? Had a whole panel of people like they normally do. They just wanted to debate. They didn't even want to address it. They didn't want to talk about it. They just basically said, "I'm sorry, I made a mistake," and expected people to just forgive and move on. Um,
Yeah, that was the live that I was on, and I got up and yeah, got told basically to go away by Tweena. Got told to get over it. Said this is not what this is about. You need to get over it. This isn't the right time
I'm
and
sorry that that
place.
happened to you.
Oh,
Because
honestly, like I'm so used to Tweena's bullshit now. I was just like, whatever.
I don't know that creator. I also do not know Mel. There's only really two people on the app that I speak to. One of them happens to be hosting, the other one's not here. And other than that, I sort of kind of do my own thing. But the one thing also that I will say too is that I also received a DM, and I'm not afraid that my name's out there, from Adora a while back before they went live, almost testing the waters too to see, oh, the other person is now here in chat. But like, so um, that I
oh,
talked to. Yeah. So, but Adora sent me a DM and they apologized for their behavior and if it hurt me. But I had removed myself from that scenario way before any of this information had even come out, just because I didn't like the direction it was going. Um, and that was without knowing anything. So I was very much so in the dark. But I do feel like we were all gaslit because you have an insincere apology for the behavior, and then all of a sudden you find all of this out, and it is very devious, and it's disturbing, and it's upsetting. It's very disgusting, and I'm a firm believer that if anybody's a P3DO, then you're done. Like there's not an exception in my mind, and I'm very black and white about that.
also, I just want to say that, I don't want any of my mods to be muting people unless they are um, purposefully being hateful. Okay? I want you guys to do not be muting people. I want this to be a space where everybody who's been affected by Adora can speak freely. Okay? We're not going to purposefully um, misgender, okay, people
Yeah, Goose,
here.
I'll say that was me because she
Okay,
misgendered one person that was here that's not
okay,
Adora.
okay, that's fine.
But can I be
I just,
honest?
I
I don't even know
and
how to address Adora anymore. Like, and I'm not saying that I would misgender, but I find myself saying they them only because I can't wrap myself around the idea that the incel behavior and the stuff that I have heard, it just confuses me, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I just
I
do
know.
they
No,
them.
none of us do, right? None of us do. I'm still going to refer to Adora as a she until a day comes where Adora claims that they no longer identify as such. I don't care what you guys could call if you don't want to say she, right? Just say Adora or just use they them pronouns or just say like the person in the photograph, right? But we're not going to use he him pronouns and say disgusting things about anybody, even though the behavior that this person did was disgusting. And there's like some mental health shit going on, okay? Um, with Adora, whether it be like in the past, whether it be current, you know, um, when the OF stuff came out, I think everybody was just kind of taken aback, right? We thought that that was like the worst thing that could ever be uncovered, right? But then after like 6 months, when Adora was gone, I kind of started to like get to a place where I was thinking like, all right, it was pretty fucking bad what she did. If she was to come back and take accountability, apologize, own up to what she did, I can see it being recoverable, right? People do shit on this app all the time, and they're still on this app, right?
Yeah, see,
And
I'm gonna drop, but I just want to
okay,
say goodbye. But I disagree. I completely disagree. But that's just my standpoint. I don't think that she should have ever been given a chance to come back. But totally respect you guys. Thanks for having me out. I
thank you
need to
for
go
coming
because
up.
this is draining the life out of me.
I
So
know,
see ya.
I know,
Take it
I know.
easy website.
Thanks,
Um,
Adora.
so yeah, so that's just everybody's gonna have their own thoughts on that. I tend to be a forgiving person. If when people make mistakes, and yes, this was a really awful mistake that Adora made, and I'm not excusing it one bit. Um, but I just wanted to, at some point, right? Um, I don't know. Pope, I just wanted to say hello. I know I've been rude. You've been sitting up here. I haven't said anything. It's good to see you.
Not rude at all. Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. I don't think I've heard you or what you think of this situation. I don't think I've heard you speak on it at all.
I am blocked by Adora.
Well,
Um,
Adora's not on the app anymore.
oh no, no, I know, but I've been blocked by Adora since our
Oh,
first interaction. Um, so this might seem like I'm coming with heat, and I want you to understand that I'm not. Adora is a trans maxer. A trans maxer is a subcategory of incel. They literally hate women. They hate women. They don't respect them. Like the post said, Adora doesn't view them as human beings. So calling Adora she and getting on people about misgendering, it's kind of iffy diffy because Adora is an incel, a trans maxer. So when I first went on Adora's panel to debate, it was the whole "Am I a woman?" thing. And there were like four or five. I went on your panel and I did this when I first came on the app. But during the do women owe men femininity? And just a lot of really weird questions. And this person shares rhetoric with a lot of other people who debate things on trans TikTok. And I'm going to put this background up just so that, hold on. This is the image that Adora had posted.
hold on.
It
Let me.
says, can you make me big? So
Yeah.
it says, they are demons in human form. This is Adora. To be honest, Muslims believe that demons get locked up in chains every Ramadan. I think we should do the same with women. That's the kind of stuff that Adora posted. And this was below a post that was all about how women aren't human. Women aren't the same as men. Women are sub people. So the thing that these people who are doing this advocacy need to recognize that they're advocating for the same position as someone who believes that women belong in chains, that women aren't human beings. So when I went on Adora's live and I was telling Adora, you're not a woman, you are you're a transgender. That's what we are. That's why we're different. That's what makes us special. And Adora had this whole upsetty spaghetti fit. They turned off the comments, they blocked people, and I got blocked the next day. But one of the things that I remember saying to Adora was that you can tell a predator by energy and sight. You can recognize them. And Adora and Aaron and a whole bunch of other people pushed back and went on me. I'm going to wrap up. I'm so sorry. But one person that they also included in their group was Nate Debates. Nate Debates was a predator. Nate Debates did predatory things. And once again, it was, oh, well, Nate Debates non-binary. That doesn't represent our community, blah, blah, blah. Now we've got another one, and it's Adora. And it's, oh, well, Adora doesn't represent our community, but I'm sorry. Adora was the face of your community. Adora was the one that you all agreed and debated with and took the same position as. Adora was your platform. And now it's, oh, well, we don't subscribe to Adora. So I just hope that everybody who debated with Adora and was on Adora's side with all of these die-hard stances are going to sit there and look at it and recognize that you all took the same position as someone who thinks of women as demons to be locked up. And I'm not
So
casting aspersions on you. I'm not saying that you're bad people, but I'm just saying you weren't gaslit. You weren't brainwashed. You just chose the wrong person, and now you can see where that came from and pull it back and say, hey, maybe the other side isn't nuts. Maybe the other side don't want us to unalive, but maybe they just don't agree with the same rhetoric as someone who doesn't believe that women are people. And
I think
that's the position of
I think the part that like I struggle with, right, is if somebody has that much hatred towards women, why would you want to turn yourself into one?
That's what I'm struggling with, Goose. And that's why I said, and it's okay that we disagree on it, but that's why I struggle. And I've been saying Adora or they, them, because I've looked too much into that incel portion and I've seen the comments and I'm really struggling to understand what that means for somebody that has such hatred. And it's really getting to me. And it's making me question that person's intention or how to handle it. And then, Goose, I didn't mean to speak for you in chat, but Jay had asked if we could block Christy, but the only reply that I had there was that, you know, Christy wasn't doing anything that I saw that was harmful. And also, I think that it's important that we reach and we talk to everybody because we want everybody to know that we don't support this and that this is not the community. So I think everybody should hear it. This is your live, so you're obviously the one to make that call. But I do think everybody should hear it as long as they're being
So
civil.
that's
No,
what being an incel
I
is.
think, oh
I,
yeah, so I think
I
that the Pope shed some light on that because Lolly asked me this earlier this morning and I didn't have an answer or a direct answer because it's something like I would have to and let's be honest, like as mental health professionals, we are not experts on every single thing mental health. Like we do have to look at resources. I don't always have a quick answer for somebody on why somebody acts a certain way or, it's just not possible. But I think the Pope is shedding some light on it potentially. I'd have to read into it a little more, but
That's what incels do. Incels are involuntarily celibate. They cannot get with someone because they are unattractive or there's something wrong with them that the opposite sex is not, they're not meshing. So part of trans maxing is changing your physical makeup to try and change that. But then the other part of it is overreach of legislation, of forcing people to accept, you're going to accept me. It's ma'am. They're taking away the choice that women have. And they're failing to recognize that access of opposite sex spaces for transsexuals has always been a privilege. And they turned it into a right because trans maxers are predatory by nature and trying to force women into situations with them because they cannot accept the rejection. That's what it is. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be mean. That's what it is. And that's why we had guidelines. That's why we had gatekeeping and procedures in the first place, because these people exist.
the Pope, my question to you would be, so you're saying that you recognized this like earlier on, that none of us recognized it. What
Yep.
things did you pick up on that we didn't?
good question.
Because I think this is a super important thing for everybody, both with this specifically and also parasocial relationships, because you think somebody's doing good and advocating and maybe don't understand fully what's going on and end up in a situation like this where somebody who claims to be in the community is harmful.
So I'm going to be honest, it's not, part of it is what they call discernment. It's your third eye, whatever you want to call it. It's learning to recognize a look and objectively see who somebody is. So there's typically a look in someone's eyes. There's typically not a light in their eye, if that makes sense. Another, I don't want to say colored hair because a lot of people color their hair, but there are, did you ever play Phasmophobia? Have you ever played a game like that or gone on a scavenger hunt or something where you have a list of things and you
No.
check them off and you
No.
see what it narrows down to? I know it's tough and you can't be
Playing
like,
scavenger, I've
you
done
look like a
scavenger hunts,
predator.
but I don't think it's the same. Like I've just done regular ones.
Yeah,
So what
it's
you're talking about is like intuition, stereotypes, and indicators.
not stereotypes, because there are certain things that are categorically similar among groups of predators and groups of people, but it's
Right.
not stereotypes. So with Adora, one of the main things that got me about Adora was the anger and the entitlement, the going after women, the constant bullying. The other thing was the look in the eyes. You can tell me you're happy all day. You can tell me you're happy until you're blue in the face, but your eyes will tell me differently. Like, people who are genuinely happy have a look in their eyes, and Adora didn't have that look. The other thing was the insistence and the aggression. If you have to perform a gold medal routine of mental gymnastics in order to make your point, then maybe your point isn't right. And maybe you're just trying to confirm something that you already feel. Um, I don't know. I'm not qualified to give you this. I can only tell you that it exists. Like, there is a genuine sense of discernment about people, and it helps you. It
So
helps you.
so trans maxer, like that's a like a real term.
Yes, trans maxers are incels who transition for social status. They can do it for a variety of reasons, but it's different. It's separate from a true transsexual, which
That's like, yeah, I mean, it's like I can't wrap my head around it, right? To like go through
It's hard.
there's a
surgery,
subreddit.
to go
There's a
through
subreddit.
surgery. Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe you. And
Goose,
then
I'd be
to,
Goose,
disgusted to
Goose,
look at
that's
it.
where I am right now. And that's just like, Phoenix was saying, like, I'm really struggling with it and trying to research about it. And it's really hard for me to discern, uh, what this all
Here, hold
means.
on.
And
Let me
just
do
as what was
this.
mentioned before, like, I don't think that, you know, I don't think that they were the best debater to begin with, especially if their example of saying, I'm a woman and then grabbing their chest is the example of it, and other things. But there's just a lot of concerning behaviors that I think that we can all agree on that are there now. But I'm also not, you know, my dating history could prove that I don't always have the best read on people. So especially not on the internet, I'm a little neurodivergent, to be honest, and
yeah, and I
I
think,
can't
a
pick up
lot of
on
the,
stuff.
and I think a lot of us are, which is why we tend to gravitate towards each other, right? And so before this all came out, you know, I never understood why. Like, people, it always felt to me that people kind of babied her, right? They always like made excuses. They did like all these
Hold on.
things.
I'm sorry. Someone just said, I'm going to have severe consequences. They have a knife and will utilize it accordingly.
What the hell?
Someone
What
named
is the person? I'll
Mookie.
get rid of them.
It's Mookie.
I
And
can't even
also, I
see.
think the word you're looking for, Goose, is infantilizing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
and so I've
My
shown the
text is.
screenshots of Adora's mods before when I was doing the Adora lives, and even they would infantilize her, and they even referred to treating Adora as a special needs child.
Yeah. So
You're muted.
that's kind of like troublesome, like in its own right, to even make that
I
kind of
took care of
comment.
that person, Poke.
Um, but there was a part of me that when I heard and saw Adora, they seemed uncomfortable. They just seemed like they were maybe like, I don't know, like not like good with connecting with people, like eye contact, with following along in conversation. And maybe she was a little bit like neurodivergent. And so I gave her like a little bit of grace for that, right? Of like, okay, well, she's neurodivergent. She doesn't interact like other people who are not. But then, like, as I watched and I started to really separate myself and step away from her platform. You guys probably know I used to be on her platform. I used to be like a co-host with her, and it just seemed as if the larger her platform got, the more um, I started to not like basically the way that she was treating her guests. it turned into not to be an educational space at all.
Yes.
It was basically just looking to argue with people, right? And to have that kind of power to be able to pick and choose, like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm done talking to you, so you could leave now, right? Um, and to be honest, I think it all got to her head. I think it all went south when she made the announcement that I'm quitting my job and now I'm going to do this full time. And now she was dependent on rage baiting people, right? Because we all know the more, conflict is in a live space, the more people will attend, unfortunately.
And I like to think that I can talk to just about anybody because I know that people have seen me on all sorts of platforms that, gets me hate from both sides. But, I don't want, if somebody's willing to have a calm conversation, I can have a conversation as long as people are not rude. But as soon as it just turns into bashing either on either end, I don't stand for it. Like, I don't
No,
like dogpile. I'm the first one to go in, all 5'3" of me to go in and say, pick on someone's side on me, um, like I'm
you're
tall.
breaking up.
I don't support any of them.
You're breaking up. Um, yeah, so
I
go ahead.
is my reception really bad? I know I'm in a bad area.
Your reception's always bad.
I know. You know what? Literally, Goose, I feel like I'm cursed. It doesn't matter where I'm at. Like, it doesn't matter. It's, I don't
That's
know.
because you're not on the best coast. You're on the wrong
Yeah,
coast.
no. It happens when I'm over there too. It happens when I'm over there too.
And
That's a
and
lie.
Um,
I
and
have
you
the
know and
worst time working out here.
and
I-
Sherry and Phoenix and everybody else, like you guys know me, right? You know that I don't host
yeah.
lives like this ever.
I
Never.
I know, and that is why, like, I mean, like Echo even knows. Like, 'cause sometimes I'll jump into Echo's lives and I'll be like, "Stop it!" I detest putting someone's picture on the background. I absolutely get it. This is my one exception. I was gonna wait until Mel could address this and do this in her arena. However, let me just say this, like, yeah, Mel's one of like my two best friends in real life. But Mel and I are our own people. We have our own brains. We don't think for each other. But I will just say she has a very, very busy life. She has a lot of real life things going on. So she has not really had an opportunity to do all of this. And I've just been kind of sitting around waiting. Um, and like I said, she doesn't have real lifetime to do this. So the next safest person I feel like is your platform, Goose. And like I said, I don't like the pictures in the backgrounds. I don't like the call outs and that kind of thing. But however, in this case, I absolutely agree with it. Like Goose said, none of us knew any of this was going on. It wasn't until probably a week ago that I completely changed my whole stance on Adora. Adora and I have had brief DMs, kind of like how Lolly said, of reaching out and just, thanks for still supporting me while she was like on her hiatus. Um, and I think the more attention, the more thought that went into like, is she going to come back? Because I genuinely didn't think that she would. That's when I started thinking, wait a minute, if she were to come back to the app, is this somebody that I would support? Um, and I tried to have conversations with other people about this. And that's when I kind of wanted to see, okay, what really, really happened? Because someone else mentioned it. The story that I was told in Mel and Co. As somebody who vacationed with Adora several times, I've been alone with Adora. The story I kept getting told was with the OF that this accident of double streaming happened once. It happened for a few seconds. As soon as she figured it out, it was stopped. And that was my extent, my knowledge on the situation. Then last week, when the thought of her coming back popped up, I did reach out to certain people and say, look, I actually want to know the whole story, because I don't like to just jump off of rumors, right? We know that on this app, people can throw out rumors and accuse people of, I've been accused of heinous shit on here that's not true. I don't want to go off rumors. I want real proof. So when was it Andy that whoever hosted the live that had nerdy in it? Um I think that was my tipping point. I said, you know what? I don't need to see all of these recordings that she was streaming to both. I don't need to see it. But if there's other reputable people who have seen this, I will believe that. Absolutely. So at that point, I realized, okay, I believe that yes, she was doing this on several occasions. I believe it was intentional. And this whole infantilizing Adora thing, I think we all took part in that. We all looked at her as if she were naive. And I think the number one motivating factor for her under all this was greed. It was the money. It was how many platforms can I stream to at the same time? How can I make the most money? The popularity got to her head. In real life, yes, she was ecstatic to feel like a celebrity. Um, and this is what was driving her throughout this. So, like I said, about a week ago, I realized the OF stuff was not a one time oops, this was intentional. That is when I kind of stepped back and, like I said, I've tried to have a couple conversations with people, but then again, certain people have not really been available to have these full conversations. So I've tried my best. And then the other night with Andy's live, of course, I was shocked and appalled. I have my own personal issues with Andy because we have personal history and I'm pissed off at her for personal reasons. However, if somebody is going to bring me information that somebody in the community is harmful, and this was highly verified by other people, I did DM Andy, and I told her, taking aside our beef between each other, I absolutely believe this. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. I cannot believe this happened. Um, and yeah, anybody who wants to talk about this, like I will openly say, we didn't know any of this stuff. We didn't know her history. I really did not know anything about Adora before TikTok. Even though I've hung out with her, my conversations with her were very what you would talk to your Uber driver about, like, the airplanes going overhead, hobbies, video games, things like that. I didn't know. Um, but I think we were all we were all guilty of infantilizing Adora, making excuses for her, saying that she was sheltered, and not really recognizing the problematic things. And part of that, I'm going to say also, part of that probably is motivated blindly. As the parent of a trans kid, I will stand up for anybody in the community and I will fight hard. And so therefore, if someone is going to bash the name of a trans person, you better have damn good reason to do it. And I think that it took us a little bit too far. I'm not going to speak for other people, but that's my stance on it. That's how I supported her for so long. I needed to see proof. Other people have verified it, and that's all I need to know.
I did hear though, I did hear I don't want to like bring people into this that especially aren't even here, but I did hear that there were people, I don't know who by name, but they knew that Adora was doing this on a regular basis. And it didn't just happen one time.
I think, okay, so when I asked about, so this is funny, right? Because I was in the house at every meetup. Um, it was known, like Andy stated last night, she's telling the truth. Adora spent a lot of her time on her own. So every time that we would get an Airbnb, it was always set up that Adora got the master suite, because there was this idea that she did have to, medically, do her procedures and stuff like that. So she needed privacy. So she always had a master suite that had an attached bathroom so that she could do that. There were many times, yes, during the meetups, that she would have to go, into the room and she would have to do, her medical procedures and stuff like that. So she was out of the group a lot. She was spending a lot of time alone. And then there were times that also when she was in there that she was going live. Now, this is a very this was my naive take at the time. To my understanding, she was, in there laying in bed doing her medical procedure while she was on live, where I was assuming this was, you want my honest opinion? I was thinking it was no different than, saying I'm on my period and I'm laying in bed with cramps and, a heating pad on and a tampon, but I happened to be live. I didn't see that there was any malice between this or that anything weird was going on. But I also wasn't even aware that she had an OF for a while. I don't think it was even until after the meetups that I even knew that she had an OF. And so it was after the fact
So
that
wait
I
a minute.
heard that she possibly was streaming to both.
Wait a minute. Uh, so wait. So are you saying that you knew she was doing this and you didn't think that there was anything wrong with it? I don't.
I knew that she would have to have a private space to,
But
do the
why?
medical stuff.
But while on TikTok,
Why would you be streaming? Yeah, why on TikTok?
Because the way it was explained, okay, because I didn't do research into what you need to do for that, right? So to my understanding, it was kind of like the recovery that she had in the hospital, where you're laying in bed, you're in recovery, you're doing different medical things, but you are online. Like we all know that when she started out her platform, she was in the hospital, right? And
okay.
she was recovering. It was my understanding that she was in bed, right? Like I'm picturing her in bed under the covers, right?
Even
And
still,
and
though,
doing this, but I had no idea that there was an OF. I had no idea that there was another thing. I was thinking she was just doing this medical stuff. Now, when it came out that she was streaming that to OF, I genuinely, at first, being naive, was like, why would she? Why would she even do that? It wasn't until it was actually explained that I realized, oh, I understand now what she was doing. Did I have any idea that's what she was doing at the time? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I thought she was laying in bed, recovering, doing something medical as she was talking to people online. I never thought in a
would you
million years that she was streaming to another site.
would would you do that? Like, I don't know. Like, I have a hard time just even like when I'm on like a work call, um, and sometimes I'm just wearing like a pair of shorts. Like, I feel like awkward. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oops, I might stand up by accident. Someone's gonna see I'm just wearing a pair of gym shorts. Like, uh,
Well, I get
like
it.
you,
I
you
get
like
it.
like
And
like
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 I've
like like you
no, of
personally.
course.
Like,
And
if
I'm
that
not
no 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 no
defending.
no
I'm not
no
defending.
no. I know. I'm just saying. Like,
Yeah.
would like you as a woman, would you feel comfortable doing that, knowing that you had like thousands of people watching you personally? I'm just,
Like
Sherry, I like you. I
I
like you. I'm
understand
not
what you're
like
saying.
saying,
I know.
yeah.
And
No,
like
I
for
know.
people
And
in
it
chat,
is
like who
fine.
like yeah, like and then for people in chat, just to let you know, it's a very like personal, private thing that is from what's described, not comfortable whatsoever. I can't imagine it, but maybe everybody out there doesn't know the process of what that entails, but that should be
I'll tell
something
you what
that
it
someone
is.
behind closed
It
doors.
doesn't
So
Right.
matter though.
Right.
It
Naive.
doesn't
I
matter.
know a
Like
little
that, yeah.
bit more. I know a little bit more about procedures, right? Right. FTM procedures, right? Because of my son. I'm not familiar with
Yeah.
bottom surgery, vaginoplasty. What goes into that, right? So I don't
Yes.
know what the regimen looks like. So when I'm telling you that we're in a house with somebody who, to my understanding, is still recovering from this kind of a procedure, and they have been given a very private space so that they can go do this for what I understood was like, um, I'm trying to think from memory. Maybe she would have to do this like a couple times during the day, and she would be gone for an hour to two at a time.
Do you
So
know how
I'm just
long
thinking
after her
she needs.
surgery you guys went on vacation?
Good question.
Okay, so the first one was in July, but I'm not sure when she had her surgery.
It's
It was
about a
in
year,
July.
isn't it? About
Surgery
a
was in
little over a year.
January.
A
Almost.
year after
Okay, surgery was in
surgery?
January.
But
Yeah,
like,
almost,
I just don't
almost a year.
understand. Like,
So
why?
her
Her
Like,
surgery
surgery
was
was
in January.
Okay, so if you're
if you
six
have to
yeah,
months,
but
do
I
this,
don't know
if you have to do
what
this
year was her surgery.
routine, right? This medical thing, right? Like, I would think that, you could take maybe like 15, 30 minutes aside, like, and just go and do that.
Yeah.
It's
Hope
weird to like do
Hope
that
knows
So
a lot
shit.
I
about
get it
this.
Yeah.
So
now. Of
okay,
course
so
I
the
get it
surgery
now.
entails four dilators. You're supposed to dilate it, a different amount of time depending on the amount after your surgery. So for the first 3 months, you want to dilate about 5 times a day. Once you get to 5 to 6 months, you only have to dilate 2 or 3 times a day for 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes. Um, so I guess it tracks with the healing, but I can sympathize with needing space to dilate, but also streaming dilating is a bit different than just needing to perform, your medical procedure. When you're streaming it, that's a little bit different.
Yeah,
So
I get and I get
like I
that. And
wouldn't
I get it was just
I wouldn't be streaming like while I went to the bathroom or anything like that. Like I don't know. I just feel like if you want privacy, then you have your privacy. Why are you gonna go on TikTok
right.
Live where there's no privacy?
it
I
I
was
get and I
confirmed.
understand what you're saying because what I'm going to take it like I understand that now, right? This is hindsight. At the time, I got introduced. We all got introduced to Adora when she was recovering in the hospital. So I think it was this association between Adora just has to do these medical things and these medical procedures, and then she happens to be online all day at the same time. Like it was just kind of like a set thing. Like this is what she does. She does her
Do you
medical stuff.
recognize now that that's weird? Like
Yes.
I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just very creepy. Like,
No,
despite it
it's
being
fine.
medical or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and no, and I like, and I don't, Lolly, I don't take offense to that, and I don't take offense to Goose asking me a million questions either. I don't. Probably what you recognize in my voice is because this is the first time I've talked about this to anyone, right? I was at every meetup. I'm admitting, up until a month ago, I had DMs with Adora where I was just kind of referencing treatment that she had from other people, and I just didn't think it was nice. My whole thing is right is right, and that was in my message to her. Right is right. Well, it should be mean to anybody for any reason, and for certain people have been, I thought, a little, mean. I just didn't think that was nice, and that's just my thing across the board. But after understanding what was really going on, I had to make it clear to the people closest around me, oh my gosh, I made a horrible mistake. I didn't understand what was going on. I completely retract all of my support. Um, I I just want people to understand how this happened. I know that there is a lot of this idea of thinking that because we're friends on the app or that we even vacationed together and hung out, that we know a lot about these people. And in reality, we didn't. We showed up to the first meetup all as strangers. We did the best we could to verify each other's identity, but we all knew at a risk we were showing up there. We didn't know anybody. Like we gave our families contact information to everybody that was showing up. We gave it to our families because we knew we were showing up with strangers, and we vacationed with strangers. So we
Mhm.
didn't really know her. I think I went into Adora's lives. I can probably count on my one hand the times that I've gone into her lives. If I was not in her life, I was probably not watching it. I would tell people in the closest of her circle I didn't watch her lives. I supported her at the time, but I didn't really watch them. Um, so I just want people to understand.
I'll say, I was in there. I was watching. You know, eventually, I stopped going in there. You know, um, and I'll admit, I stopped watching Tweener because I don't like when people come in and it's obvious that they are looking for conflict, right? They are. And there's like people are asking for cash apps to kick people, and if they don't get a cash app, they'll leave somebody up on a platform, as harmful as they are, for as long as possible, just because they haven't gotten paid to drop them. Um, and I mean, I don't know. I'm not for that. It gives me anxiety when I would watch her, right? After a while, before her platform got big, I remember when she was like a nobody on this app, Adora, right? And her lives would maybe get like, I don't know, like 50 people tops, right? And then it got huge. And then she like the topics she would pick were like ones that were so triggering that it would even make me upset, you know, to be involved in even being seen in that space. So eventually I stopped watching because not only did it give me anxiety to like hear the things that she was saying and the way she was treating people who genuinely sometimes would come up wanting to learn, asking genuine questions, but you get into this mindset after a while when you sit on live day after day after day debating your existence, you're just already on like defense mode when the next person comes up and you're just like ready to attack no matter what, right? And so that's why I also think and feel like it's very important for people to take breaks. You know, um, you don't have to be live every single day for like 12 hours every day, right? It's not healthy for you at all, right? To be surrounded by people who like think that you are worthless and they come up and they tell you that day after day, like it wears on you after a while. And if you say it doesn't, you're lying, because I would host those lives, right? And it would get to you. It gets to you after a while, until you get to a point where you just become desensitized to it. And is that really how you want to live? To be desensitized to hatred and just kind of accept it for what it is? I mean, I don't. You
Hey,
know, I have,
Goose.
I have.
No, but
Oh,
she
but
Say,
prioritized,
oh,
they prioritize money over
right.
everything else. Money over respect of other people, respect for themselves,
No, I know, I
consent,
know, I know.
everything. All,
And I just
they prioritize money over all of that.
we see that all over this app too. We do. We see that not just with Adora, with everybody who's a large creator who they make thousands of dollars in a single day, right? But anyway, I wanted to say, I know Lost Lady, you've been sitting up here very patiently. I know that with the stolen PFP of
can I
Boss
just
Lady.
acknowledge that too? Yeah, this all was honestly a joke. For those in the comments saying like you're so obsessed, I'm really not. It started as a joke and it still is a joke. If it hurts that many people's feelings, I'll probably change it. But I'm up here to first off say that I do have a lot of respect for what you're doing right now. I know we don't share the same beliefs, so that's fine. You don't agree with what I think, and I probably don't agree with what you think. But you are probably one of the only creators that allows people to come into your live and not be silenced. You're allowing folks to come in here and have genuine conversations and sit at the table and try to talk it out. Because every single live that I go into, any gender critical space, I'll just say, or any non-gender critical space, people just mute and block me. Tweener, all of them, they all do it. So if that's the first thing I wanted to say. Um,
Well, if you come in here and you speak to me like a grown ass fucking man, like you are, and you're not attacking me right out the gate, right? I'm going to give you the same respect.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
think
just
part
saying,
of it is the profile account. I think that loses a lot of ground with people from the start.
okay, but if we can just move past that, it's not just me, it's other gender critical individuals as well. They get muted, they get blocked. Echo, you're fully responsible for that too, whether you want to admit it or not. So I just wanted to first say that, Goose. I appreciate you having the space here. I've made it pretty clear in a lot of lives, a lot of gender critical lives, and I've seen you in the comments. I'm sure you've probably heard me. I don't have any problem with people being who they want to be, right? Or who they are. I have no problem with that. I am up here mainly to condone this behavior. And it seems like anytime that any gender critical person wants to hold this community accountable, information is either withheld or we're demonized or we're saying we're bigoted or T-phobic. And I just want to say, I think that loses ground in your movement. It basically silences people into being complicit, into following your narrative, and it's not encouraging free speech. So I just want to say, I think the rhetoric of like everybody's bigoted for a different belief, or everybody's transphobic for a different belief, is wildly crazy. And I would just hope that individuals on that community can can try to understand that just because we have different agreements or different things that we believe in doesn't mean that I think your rights should be stripped, or doesn't mean that I think you're a bad person, or doesn't mean that I don't like you. That's simply false. So I think the rhetoric needs to be toned down on really so many different sides, right? All of these terms, I just think we need to chill out with that. I guess I have a few more points, but I didn't know if you wanted to respond to any of that.
Um, does anybody?
Goose, can I address some of the stuff that is being said?
I can't. You're breaking up.
It's
Sorry.
amazing that you're coming up in a marginalized. It's amazing to me that somebody's coming up in a space full of marginalized people with the rhetoric that is currently floating around this country. The stupidity that the president-elect has afforded people to do and say, and telling us and tone policing how people run their lives.
I'm not tone policing
Um,
anybody. I'm saying Goose gets a major W because he doesn't silence people who disagree with him. And I think if your opinion, right, is that just if you have a disagreement, you want to silence the other party, that is actually so harmful. That
Yeah,
is
but we
taking away
don't owe people space around us that disagree with us.
right. Well, you're not
We
willing to
just
come to the
don't.
table then,
We
Echo.
just
That's
don't.
the issue.
no. Echo. I mean, everybody. You're correct, right? People could run their platforms and host lives in any which way they want. Like, if people just want to talk to, friendlies, right? You could have an echo chamber live if you want, and of course that's going to piss people off. But like, they could go fuck themselves, right? Um, I will talk. I will literally talk to anybody who is respectful, right? I'm not going to talk to somebody who is going to um, be disrespectful to me right out the gate. Like, why would you do that, right? Like, we don't know each other. However, like, so Lost Lady and anybody else, you're welcome up on my panel until you say something that is harmful to either me or to anybody else here, right? And like I said, if you don't want to call Adora she, that's fine. You don't have to. I say it all the time that nobody has to agree with me, right? There are plenty of people who think that I'm a mentally ill woman, right? And I'm delusional and I should never have kids, right? And all of this crap, right? Um, and that's fine. You can go off and you can have those thoughts and feelings and opinions and all of that, right? I don't have to interact with you ever, right? You're entitled to that. There are things about people that follow and support me that I can guarantee you I don't support, right? Similarly, like political wise, like I don't want to talk about politics, right? We all like that's like it's too heated. I wanted this live to be about the acts and the harm that Adora has done to the people on this app. She almost had, or had 100,000 followers, right? Like that's 100,000 people, whether or not they are supporters or they're just trolls who follow, right? Either way, she had an impact on people, and there are a lot of people who are affected by this, right? Who have put they had put their trust into her, right? Um, you know, uh, Sherry and everybody else who went to these meetup groups, like I I mean, I never went to one of these meetup groups ever. Um, I don't know. I like and Phoenix even knows, right? I've driven past the exit to where you live and is like, hey, why don't you just stop off? And we'll just like I don't like meeting people off the app.
Yeah.
I don't like meeting people off the app. I
Wait,
just don't.
No.
Hey,
And to
I
be clear, like I'm gonna mirror what Goose is
can
saying
I
for a
just
second.
speak
I'm
my
not saying
points?
like if you're
Like,
being respectful, I don't mind having a conversation with you. And I'm not gonna tell you to be quiet. But to say when people are being disrespectful, saying hateful things that harm not just the people who are in the conversation, but other people who might be viewing it, that's when I start to have a problem.
Of
That's not
course.
okay. I'm sorry. It's never going to be okay.
Yeah, and
uh,
that's not going to happen here on my live. It may
well,
happen on other people's lives, but it won't happen here.
Okay, well, that's not really.
Can I be quick because I want to drop back down. This is just in regards to like Shuri. Literally a month ago when we were on Tweeners Live, this is recorded. It's on Echo Debates YouTube channel. Shuri was upset because Adora got called out the first time in regards to the dilation stuff, and she was saying that that should never have happened, that Andy never should have done that. So I don't know why she's acting now as if she doesn't approve of it, that it shouldn't have been done, because because she was against the original call out live even happening. Not talking about the recent one that happened, but before this, when the dilation stuff was exposed, she was against it, and she said so as much on Tweeners Live, the same live I was yelled at. Later on, after, if you skip to the part where they were yelling at Andy, and the part after that, not only was Sherry trying to sit here and take away my agency as a black woman, but she was also sitting there talking about what you call it, then Adora shouldn't have been called out. So,
You're right.
and
You're right.
that was less than a month ago.
This is also the same individual who said that she wished that the
So I'm dropping
Yeah,
down.
you're right.
like was successful,
Absolutely
Thank
admit
you.
that.
and that was really disgusting.
Hold on. Let's hear what Sherry has to say.
No, that's.
Do you want to respond to that, Sherry? Your Wi-Fi sucks.
Hang on, I don't-
Back
hang on a second.
because I'm not on the Wi-Fi. I'm in a rural area. Hold on.
Well,
Okay, sorry. And the dog's not mine. I can't control the barking in the background. So yes, I want to say, Tabby, I apologize. I apologize if I took away your voice, if I spoke over you. It is not my place to do that. I am on here today to say I fucked up. I apologize for a lot. I did not see what was going on, and I probably was so disconnected from TikTok for the past 6 months, 8 months. I wasn't really paying attention, and I should have paid attention more. So that's why I'm on here telling the truth. I mean, Phoenix walked in as I'm starting my conversation with you, and they're like, well, you just admitted to a lot of stuff. I don't know if you want to just, blab everything. I'm being quite honest and open here and transparent, and I'm saying what I knew. Yeah, yeah. Phoenix is like, Phoenix, I haven't even discussed this stuff with Phoenix. They don't even know about all this stuff. Let me reiterate because I think this is coming across not exactly what happened. Like I said, at the meetups, Adora had a private room. She would dismiss herself to her room for hours, right? She would be gone a lot. I know at times she was dilating. I knew at times she was live. At the moment, at the lives, I did not think to myself that she was doing them together. I just thought, I mean, this is really naive and ridiculous. I thought it was something where maybe you have to dilate and then maybe you have to like lay there for like an hour or two afterwards. I didn't know why she was in there so long. I wasn't asking why she was in a room for hours. So at the time during the meetups, I didn't question it. I didn't even think, is she doing this at the same time? I think it was a conversation where when this came out in January, when the Reddit exploded, I think was the first time I had a conversation with somebody where I asked somebody, was she doing that while she was on lives? And at that time I was told yes, but that it was only done while on TikTok, and it was only done like I'm going to say again, explain to me no different than me being on TikTok live while I have a menstrual cup in and I'm laying in bed with my heating pad or something like that. That is how it was explained to me, was that it was no different than that. I'm saying now, obviously, there was a whole lot wrong that was going on. I wasn't aware of this at the meetups. It was brought to my attention. I think all this surfaced in January when the
What?
whole Reddit thing happened. And then even then it was explained to me in a different way. And
I don't think you should be crucified for this because I
verified with
think you were just
somebody.
trying to be a friend and an ally. But I do think that this should be a serious lesson for everybody in toxic inclusivity. just
Yes.
because something makes somebody feel
Yeah,
good,
and that's
or
exactly what I'm saying.
yeah, I don't think you should be crucified, but I do think that like y'all should take this as a lesson. That's like, okay, I thought I was doing
Right.
something good. People told me that this was a problem. I pushed
Right.
back and I was wrong. And just move forward from it there.
Absolutely.
Wait, just
I
a question.
also,
Absolutely.
oh, go
I
ahead.
100% agree. That's exactly what happened. I thought I was just being supportive and I thought I was trying to give people their privacy. I wasn't trying to pry into what her procedures were or what it was that she had to do. I was trying to be, like I said, respectful and private. And I have, like I said, and Goose knows this too. I've had a history of being accused of things that are not true on this app. And so with
Oh, you
anybody,
got an echo.
if
You got an
if
echo.
someone's going to be accused of
You guys
something,
have.
I just want to see proof, and that's all. But it's my bad, my mistake for being overzealous in protecting somebody when I should have listened. That's why I'm saying this on here again. I apologize. I apologize to people that I should have listened to earlier that I didn't. I should have maybe done a little bit more investigating and looking into things. And yeah, I am once again, Tabby, if you're listening, or I'm sure someone is. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I'm
Hey,
sorry for so many things.
hey, this is. I guess anybody who was like a loyal Adora supporter, were no alarm bells going off the moment that they were on live without pants on? You didn't happen to question the idea that something sinister was going on? Who in their right mind goes live without pants on? And it's happened twice?
No, it actually happened multiple
I've,
times.
Okay.
I have
right.
confirmation that it's been happening since she got her bottom surgery, where she dilated multiple times.
Let's
So
hear
I guess,
from Lily.
yeah, so I guess what
This,
I'm
and this
going
is
I'm
my this,
tired
but
of
this is my statement on that.
yeah.
I thought it was once. To my understanding, this was once. Like I said, it wasn't until last week when I heard nerdy social worker explain the extent of all this information that she had that this happened many times. And maybe if I reached out to Goose sooner, I probably would have known this. I really was trying to stay out of it. I don't have a big platform. I am not a creator. I do not go live. The fact that I know all these people in the middle of it is one thing, but trying to keep my nose out of shit where it didn't belong was the
you're
whole
breaking
point.
up.
But with
You're
Goose
you're
and this background, I felt like this is a point where I can't,
Yeah.
just felt
Well,
like this
the
was a
reason I
point where
say
I
that
can't be
is,
quiet anymore.
oh God. The reason I'm getting at this is right. There were so many opportunities to call out bad behavior and to follow through with bad behavior. Right. This has happened multiple times. I'm asking, why did it take multiple times being caught on live without pants on, then the OF situation, then the comeback? Like, why did it take it to this point? That's where I'm going. There were so many red flags
Right.
along the
So what
way.
I'm
And I
telling
just
you
feel, are you
is,
gonna
what
let
I'm
me
telling you
finish?
is,
Holy shit, man. Like the problem is like the forgiveness here and there. Even Goose had said, I think we babied Adora. And I think I don't want to misquote you, but I think you had said that. Yeah. So the fact is like I don't understand why this entire time, when we continue to see patterns of bad behavior, we swept it under the rug. We continued to mod for this creator. We continued to panel on this behavior on this person's live. Like to me, it's just so inconsistent. Whether you knew or not, like there are so many things that happened along the way, and you got like there's so many of you guys that just like followed suit. So Lily,
yeah.
you can speak if
Okay.
you have something to say, but
yeah. Go ahead, Lily.
Um, yeah, I would really appreciate being able to get this out without
I
interruption. Otherwise, I'll lose
Yeah,
my train of thought.
no, yeah, absolutely. I just need to ask your age. I
I'm
don't think I've.
22.
Okay, thank you.
2002 January. Okay. Sherry, you're changing what you said from prior about knowing what she was doing whilst live. I personally wouldn't change a tampon or a pad whilst live. I'd see that as highly inappropriate, or having having your pants off whilst live. Anyone who wanted to excuse Adora's behaviour before what we found out on Andy's live, shame on you. Like, truly shame on you if you ever thought it was appropriate to excuse that behaviour. Even before the Only Friends, because of the racism and the other things that admittedly I don't know everything because I never watched Adora and I wasn't on this side of TikTok when Adora was on here properly. Or regularly. So you should feel an immense amount of shame if you ever thought it was okay to excuse that behaviour. Given that everything's come out, and I was one of the people who was in that server who saw all of this about Adora and was on Andy's panel. Yeah, Andy held a live yesterday. A lot of what she said makes sense and was some private thoughts I also had. But this is not a trans issue. This is an Adora issue. This is a incel issue. This is a sick criminal issue. And again, we should not have to force it out of you to denounce this person. It should have never had to have been forced out of you to denounce this person prior to Andy's live and the new information that came out a couple days ago. That is a stain on you and your character, and you need to do some inner reflection to honestly to understand why you ever thought it was okay to excuse these things. I am deeply, deeply disappointed in so many people that are meant to be on here as self-proclaimed advocates or activists or a part of this community that I share some proximity to them. I'm astounded. I'm genuinely astounded at this behavior from also so many of you that are older than a lot of us that are on here. I am 22. It does not take 2 fucking brain cells to realize that what she was doing is wrong. It should not have to take the extremities of what I have witnessed in the last couple of days as wrong. It should not take that. These images will be burnt in my mind, and I'm not trying to say this as pity me or feel bad for me. These images will be burnt in my mind. I've been struggling to eat and sleep after this. I've been struggling to... I feel dirty. I couldn't understand, and I hope this makes it very clear. I've really struggled normally because I have the emotional intelligence to understand myself and why I feel the way I feel a lot of the time, where I've previously struggled with that. And I couldn't figure out why it hit me so hard on the day that Trump got elected. We are seeing the misogyny. We are seeing the start of the misogyny that can lead you down to where Adora is and that community. And so it hit so hard heavily the other day, where I finally started to process my feelings around this, because I, as a 22-year-old, thought I've seen a lot of shit and been through a lot of shit, but no, it's very clear now that the world is a lot more grey, knowing that people like this and with this mindset exist. It's deeply, deeply saddening, and it is painful that someone like that had proximity to so many of you, to potentially your kids, to potentially have an audience. It's worrying. I deeply, deeply worry for anyone that has been around her before or will continue to be around her. And I hope to God that this leads to the way where she can be behind bars. And I truly believe that anyone who knew of this at the time, including the OnlyFans, including what she was doing whilst live, anyone that has been forced to denounce her, because personally I think you should want to denounce her at any fucking given moment. Anyone who has had to be forced to denounce her, anyone that knew that this was happening whilst live, join her in the fucking prison cell. I'm sorry for losing my cool. I don't like doing this. I don't... The reason why this upsets so many as well is because she has literally given weight to the people who are so actively against us. She should have never tried to come back. Knowing what she knew about herself and her previous activity, even without that, just what she did with the racism and the OnlyFans, she should have never, ever tried to come back. So, why I'm so annoyed now is Sherry hearing that you knew about it whilst live, a mass violation of consent like that. I actually can't believe you. I actually can't. And I'm going to stop myself before I really get more annoyed.
Can I quickly add behind that. I know I said because technically I'm working, so I can't stay up for too long. What I was also going to add behind that, not only did y'all defend Adora, but y'all also tried to make Andy look like Andy's never going to ask for an apology for this. But I'm pissed the fuck off that y'all sat here on live and called a trans woman P Diddy, and y'all have yet to to show any evidence of that while you guys were defending Adora. While y'all were saying that Andy should have never called out Adora, and they should have never sat here and held alive about Adora being a whatchamacallit. Yes, this is all in that same live. That same live that's on Echo. Go to Echo Debates, YouTube. You can skip the first part because that had everything to do with the racing with me. Go to the part where Andy's in that box and everything after that part. Literally, it's them calling Andy uh P Diddy level for days afterwards, calling Andy P Diddy level of criminal
Whose
in
live was that
defense.
in?
This was Tweener's live. Tweener's saying this. Shuri was there backing her up.
Not
Shuri was
only
a
in the
part of
live,
this.
in the
Not only
server too,
in the
multiple times.
live in the server, and they were doing all this in defense of Mel and Adora, and knowing at least about the stuff when it came to the OF. They knew about that at least, but they
Okay, do you
didn't
want me to
bother to
respond?
even say anything. Like
Sorry
unless
to interrupt
I
you
know
there
she
for a
didn't.
second.
I know.
Sorry.
I know Andy's never going to ask for a public apology, but I think you guys should publicly apologize for that. Because if you guys don't
Goose, I
have any
have.
evidence, it
Okay.
should be a public apology because that was a public accusation.
Sorry, Tabby. Sorry, chat. So, Goose, I just wanted to let you know that I do have to step down. If you need me, just send me a message. I have to get my kid. But for everybody in chat, please feel free and know that my DMs are always open. This type of stuff is not easy to process. It is quite difficult. And as everybody was calling me out in chat, you will see me in multiple people's spaces. You will see me in trans spaces, in LGBTQ plus spaces, also in gender critical spaces. I talk to everybody. So, but I am an ally. And if anybody does need to speak, feel free to DM me. I am not in on the inner circle, but I'm pretty level headed. So if anybody does need help, again, I'm sorry for interrupting, and I hope that you guys have as good of a day as you can.
Thank you, Lolly.
To Tabby and Lily, do you want a response? I'll go ahead and address what you said.
Listen.
Okay.
I'm listening.
So the purpose of me coming on here today is because I have not shared probably 90% of my thoughts with anybody on TikTok. I even Phoenix has gotten a fraction of that. There's a lot of times I've kept my mouth shut. A lot of times I didn't want to butt into other people's business. Maybe it is a Gen X thing. Maybe it is like, don't get involved in other people's business. Keep your fucking thoughts to yourself. Keep your mouth shut. Don't get your nose in anybody else's, dirt. Stay out of it. So a lot of times I did just stay out of things. There's a lot of times that people have said things I don't agree with. And did I publicly say anything about it? No. And that's my bad. And that's what I'm trying to say that I'm recognizing now. Like I said, at the meetups, just like Andy said, because Andy and I were there together. Andy and I were hanging out during a lot of that time. We were told, hey, bye, I'm going to my room. Adora goes to her room for hours and then comes back out. What she did in there, I had no thought of. I had no idea. I never asked. I didn't care. I had no idea. This didn't come up until January that I started asking questions and I started asking, wait, was she doing this at the same time? Was she doing that? For 6 months, I kept getting the same story. And like I'm going to say again, it wasn't until last week when I heard a nerdy social worker explain that this had happened many times. I think I put in the chat of that live that kind of like, wow, I'm sorry, and I will not support from here on out. I think that's the first time I ever made my opinion known. And since then, I haven't really said much of anything, but I did watch Andy's lives. And then, like I said, coming in here into Goose's, I thought this was a good place to address it. If someone, you want to call me out for bad behavior, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and take it. I've made mistakes. I didn't speak up probably when I should have. So I'll go ahead and take that criticism. And
Can
I just want
can I point
people
out
to
that
know
didn't
where I'm coming
address
from.
at all what I said? Because I
Okay,
brought up your behavior in Tweener's Live where you actively were a part of having essentially trying to build a case against Andy, and when Tweener
sure,
was
sure,
sitting here saying that she was P Diddy, you didn't say anything against it. You've been in support of
sure.
that.
So
So can you actively address that aspect of what you did?
yes. Yeah. So the P. Diddy comment, do I support that? Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. That's totally ridiculous. Have I like said, my belief on these things? No, I haven't been very vocal about these things. I've tried to stay out of it because, like I said, I'm not a big creator. I just happen to be friends with all these people. But now I'm gonna say, was that uncalled for? Yes. My issue with Andy, and Andy knows this because I did DM Andy on Discord the other night when she was holding her live. It's personal between her and Andy. My issue with Andy was that when we had private DMs going back and forth from way back in January, she shared them with her server, and I found out about it. That was my issue. That's why I was upset, is that we don't share private conversations with our friends, because we were discussing this way back in January. And I just didn't like the way that Andy was handling things. That is why I came hard at Andy, because she was my friend and she shared our private conversations. That's beside the point. Um,
So to be
could I
clear,
have
you
done that in
calling
private?
her manipulative on that live, you going out of your way to portray her as if she was this big bad person was because you were upset about her sharing personal messages.
It's because she had shared not only my personal message, but she had shared other people's personal messages, that had been a theme going around whoever she was talking to and hanging out with at the time. She had made, so to be transparent, she had made horrible comments in the Reddit, and I DM'd Andy and I told her that I didn't think that was okay. I don't care how much you don't like somebody, you are against them. I thought that those comments were totally uncalled for. And that's what I told her. And then she shared these conversations to everybody. It
Hey,
was
this
it was
is.
that stuff.
Hey, this is. I just want to understand too. I mean, it seems like in a lot of situations, correct me if I'm wrong here, but just because maybe you don't get your way or something, you lash out, and you've done the same
Exactly.
behavior. You've done this exact same behavior when the Donald Trump pew happened, and you had literally openly said that you wish it would have been successful. So can you openly apologize for some of the BS that you said too?
Talking about that.
Oh,
So
whoa! You're not going to address that.
But I'm not even. I don't know about that entire situation, but I do know that when you were, because again, this is recorded. You tried to make it out to be this manipulative person, this conniving person. You stood there and you supported Tweener and calling her P Diddy, and you guys know what that does to trans people. To make that type of accusation to of a
right.
trans person with zero evidence, regardless of your personal feelings, regardless of your personal issue, that is vile.
So let me say I didn't. So right, I understand what you're saying, Tabby. So let me make it crystal clear. I do not support that
Should
statement. I did
publicly
not support
apologize to her
publicly apologize to Andy. I'll talk to Andy in private first. How about I do that?
publicly.
Denounce? Can you
But
denounce publicly displaying and supporting violence and wishing that the president, the
okay,
president?
I want to stick with what
No,
Tabby's
no, because
talking
that's
about.
No, no, no,
disgusting.
no,
You're
no, no, no.
actively
I want
platforming
to
somebody.
What the other stuff I'm
listen, guys,
talking
guys.
about, what she said
I,
in regards to
So yeah, Tabby,
Andy.
and that conversation, that live where everybody was in, unfortunately, I was highly distracted in the live. Phoenix and I had just gone to an event. We were out of state. We were walking around downtown. I don't even remember what state we were in at the moment. I don't even remember where we were. And we were walking around at night, and I'm watching this live as I'm lost on the street trying to figure out how to get back to a hotel. And I came up on the live, and yeah, I went off on Andy. I am sorry that I went off on Andy publicly. I should have just messaged her directly. I shouldn't have done that publicly. So for that, Andy, I apologize for publicly doing that. I should have just DM'd you about it, like we were previously. So that probably didn't belong on TikTok. So I'm admitting, yeah, every time I have a problem with somebody, I should just go directly to them. That's always been my stance, and that was the one time that I let my emotions take over. Other than that, have things been said that I do not support?
I'm a
Absolutely.
little
And
bit
I've never
confused.
said it before.
I'm sorry, I'm a
Okay.
little bit confused.
Hey, Tashika.
Hey, what's up, Goose? First of all, Lost Lady, you will never hold me accountable. Say your white tea ass in your white tea ass
How do you
place.
know
I'm
what
gonna say
race
that
I
right
am?
now.
How do you know what
Anyway,
race I am? Wait, why would you say
stay in
that?
your place. Stay
Wait,
in your place.
would
Thank
you
you.
explain why you're promoting violence on TikTok?
Because I am a black woman and violence is
Does
all I
not
fucking
give you
know.
any
Okay,
right to promote violence.
but it does though. So stay in your
Oh,
place.
wait,
Thank you.
clock that.
Thank
Wait.
you.
Every
Thank you. Thank you.
Chica
Thank
literally
you.
said
I did. And
she's
it's on
black
Twitter.
so she
I
can
did.
promote violence.
And I did.
Lost
And I
lady,
Got
did.
it. Got it.
Thank
lost
you.
lady, stop.
Take it to the Reddit. Good girl. Anyway, like I was saying before, um, I don't know why we're centering anyone else but the person who is into like torture. I'm a little bit confused on that. Like, do
Tashika,
we
what
give a
you're
shit?
confused on is that
Black woman
Sherry was one
violence?
of the people that was part of like helping this person come back to the app and was like telling everybody to get over it when it came to the dilating on live stuff.
Okay, wait.
And has admitted, hang on, and has admitted that she knew about it, the dilating, at the time. And the question I wanted to ask you, the sis, is why did you never go out your way if you'd heard the same story over 6 months, but you knew that there were so many people and snark pages that were telling you otherwise? Why did you choose to actively remain willfully ignorant? And I also just want to apologize for losing my call earlier. It wasn't my best moment. It's been a heavy week, as you lot can understand. But yeah, why did you choose actively to remain willfully ignorant to this? What I
Um,
won't apologize though for is the statements I said, by the way, just the way I said them. Because yeah, shame on you guys for allowing her to come back to the app.
in the
So,
conversations that I've had with, I just want to say this really quickly, and honestly, like I've too many YT people in this chat think they can hold me accountable. Stay in your fucking place. I keep saying this to y'all.
Race doesn't give
Um,
you an excuse to be
I don't know why
violent.
you keep talking.
The fact that she's
I don't
here,
know why
Goose,
you
is
keep
crazy.
talking.
Why are you
I don't know
platforming this?
why you keep talking. Thank you.
Holy shit,
I
Goose.
don't know why you keep
Lost
talking.
lady, stop talking. Please let Tashika
Thank
go.
you.
I got him
Anyway, like
for
I
you.
was saying before, a lot of people in the chat are racist as fuck. I do think, your subscription should be voided. Anyway, like I was saying before, um, I think within the conversations that I've had with people who were close to Adora is that it is consistently this infantilizing her. And I think people really forgot that Adora is a grown ass woman. And I think the most consistent thing that I've heard regarding Adora's character is the fact that she's very naive and that she cares about people a lot. But given the evidence that I've seen, that is clearly not the case. She does not care about people. It seems like it's more of the concept that pretending to care about people and their livelihoods just makes her feel better. And I even warned the person that I was talking to about this to not describe it in that way because it makes it sound like Adora cannot handle herself as an adult. And that is problematic. Um, and again, I don't think a person who cannot grasp that going on OnlyFans while debating for like trans rights should come back to the app because they are naive and ignorant.
Bro, you
I
supported
think that's
AJ.
stop
Like,
talking. I don't know why you're talking.
how are we
I don't
studying?
know why you're talking. You're YT. Why are you talking?
Why are you letting that
Why
slide?
are you talking? You're
Everyone
white.
in the chat
Why are you
for sure
talking?
got it.
I'm a little bit confused. Okay.
Under the
I'm a little bit confused.
real cute.
I'm very cute.
And look cute on
I'm cute as shit.
you
I'm
failed on
cute.
Ben Shapiro.
I
I'm
don't know
cute.
why you keep going to attack her when she's just trying to speak. Can you stop?
Oh, because these people are anti-black as shit and they think they have a right to police a black woman's speech, and it's weird as fuck. You'll never,
Being hatred
ever,
confused.
Have fun with your 300 views. That's all you'll
But
get. Okay,
I will also
let's move on.
add, wait, Tashika, just to kind of like go off of that, like, yeah, these are the same people that when I hold my life about Mel in regards to Mel's racism, that tried to
Like,
sit here and literally say, not, I'm not talking about loss, I'm talking more so like this is, that I was manipulated by Andy to go that lie. That's part of where this whole cult uh accusation is coming from, because I talked about racism and then defend Mel, to defend Adora, to defend all these other white people who have done not come to anybody else's defense. Because where's Mel? Where's Adora now? While you're up here being held accountable for your actions and your defending of them, not here. Um, Instead of them coming to their own defense, you guys are here literally trying to. That's why I say it's not forgiven. Like, you trying to sit here and say that my agents take away my agency by sitting here and saying that I was calling out racism because Andy told me to when she didn't even want me to go live. And that's the truth of the matter. She didn't want me to do that. She supported me doing it because she recognized that it's not her place to tell me not to, but she didn't want me to. And y'all use that and use the fact that I am her friend to sit here and denounce and ignore my stance, not just my stance, but every black person who came up in that live stance on racism. And then now y'all want to turn around and be like, oh no, we didn't support Adora, da 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 da. Y'all did everything y'all could to support her. That's why I'm saying it's a bunch of bullshit. Because y'all never realized it got so deep that y'all can't continue to support it. That's the only reason why y'all trying to pull on now. Or if it was just the dialing and stuff, y'all to continue to tell people to get over it.
Goose, do you have mods?
I do.
I'll drop back
Are
down
they
because I got to
also
be at
white
work.
tea and racist?
I have no idea. I haven't been live in
I'd
so
mute
long.
them, but I got my finger over muting Lost Lady.
It's okay.
Molly, wait.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and say this right now. If you got something to say about me, go to the Reddit. I don't care. One thing you guys are never going to do is hold me accountable for my own abuse. And one thing you're never going to do is hold me accountable and try to police my speech as a black woman. If I feel a level of rage is going to be valid, especially when it comes to people who profit off of white supremacy. And that's just going to be that. It's never going to be a conversation. Argue with a fucking wall and go ahead and find one. If you're if you're in the woods, argue with a tree. If you're in a car, argue with your steering wheel, something. Clearly y'all care a lot. No one gives a shit. I definitely don't give a shit. If you don't like me, block me. But
You're
really
irrelevant.
quickly, Goose, I just want to let you know that there are racist people in your chat right now. Um, and if you do have mods and they are present, I would say to unmod them because they're weird. I am vile to you because your morality is not my morality. Your morality implies me being able to shut up, and that's never gonna fucking happen. If you're white tea and you try to critique me, I'm not listening to you. Point blank. Period. Especially this. Um, you know what? This whatever this. I don't know what this panty looking ass motherfucker in the bottom is. But
Um,
say what you.
so for any of my
I don't even know why
moderators,
they're here.
I don't know who you're talking about. Which one?
No, I don't know any of your moderators. I'm just saying
Oh,
that the kind of
no.
rhetoric that is going on in your comment section is weird as fuck. I'm
Okay.
not gonna. I don't care what people think of me regarding my own abuse. I don't.
So any of my moderators that are here. So I ran into this problem where I can't even see my chat, and when I swipe, everything is like really big, so I can't even see what people are
Oh,
saying.
I see.
So
You have that
so
glitch.
so I know Molly is in here. Molly's a good friend of mine. Echo's here. Whoever else is a moderator here. I don't want you to just mute people who are being racist and harmful to any marginalized community. I want you to just block them, okay? Because that's what I would do if I was able to see my comment section. So please at least give me that. Um, and I apologize on behalf of those people for anybody who, like you, Tashika, and anybody else who is reading the comments and
Really
are.
quickly, I just saw a tweener just say I am black and I think Tashika's a bad person. Let me tell you something, tweener. You keep tokenizing yourself, it's not going to get you anywhere because neither Mel nor Dora are here to help you. You support someone who actively likes to watch people get tortured. You're fucking weird.
I'm
Like
gonna say
Mind
actively,
you,
you're weird.
mind you, mind you, in terms of what I said earlier, denouncing should not be forced out of you. That's a reflection on you. If you still support her, join her in the prison cell. Sis, I want the answer to my question. Why did you choose to be willfully ignorant?
Because I was trying to mind my own business. That's the honest truth. It wasn't
So do you
probably
normally do
until
that when it comes to SA and the potential involvement of children?
My hold on,
of
guys. My I just got flagged. I'm just gonna let it ride. Okay. If I get taken down, I get taken down. I don't care. Go ahead.
no, and the whole point of this, Lily, is I don't think anybody really cares to hear what I have to say. I am, like I said, I really don't matter in the grand scheme of this, but I wanted to talk to Goose, and this is the only time that I would address a background like this because I wanted people to know that while I may have been in the middle of all this for the longest time and just kind of yeah, not seeking out information that I should have. Um, I genuinely 100%, you can ask Andy, I'm sure she'll share with everybody. I messaged her the other night and just said, regardless of what happened between you and I had no idea this shit and this shit makes me sick. And I told her I was appalled that we vacationed together. I had been alone with Adora,
Okay, I understand that.
all of this
I
stuff,
understand
all
that,
of
and
that.
I shouldn't have to coddle it for you. It shouldn't, again, it shouldn't have had to reach this extremity for you guys in that group to denounce and call it out.
Right.
We are talking about virtual SA, the potential involvement of children, and now yesterday confirmed the involvement of children on that live and you admitting today that you knew about the dilation on TikTok. Whether I think a lot of you guys get this confused. Whether it was cross streamed or not, she shouldn't have been doing that on a live period. I wouldn't personally change my tampon on live. Like, come on, it's not this difficult. You are older, it's not this difficult. You should know this. It's about the very fucking basics of consent. I can't say it any
Right. And
kinder
but
for you guys to
I've never
understand. I'm
stated
not done. It shouldn't have taken this extremity for you guys to realize. It shouldn't have taken multiple other creators on this platform to have to look at these materials, Tashika, myself, and Tabby included, to look at these materials for you guys to denounce her. It shouldn't have to be fucking forced out of you. I think if you don't want this being a stain on your character and your platform, then yeah, you should have denounced it a lot quicker because this person is dangerous. They are a predator. They should be behind bars. I don't know what's not clicking for you.
I agree with you, and I don't mean to cut you off. I do have really bad reception in the noise, and sometimes it goes out, and I think that you've stopped talking. That was the same for Lost Lady earlier. Um, so yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm trying to listen to all the criticism. I'm trying to take that in. I'm hearing what you're saying. I should have, like I said, I've only spoken with a couple people privately over the past few months about this, and I have always felt she should not come back to the app. I did not know exactly what happened. After understanding last week what happened, I was appalled. But I do understand that back in January, when this was brought to light, I should have been doing more investigating myself. I let everybody else who was around me do that and then report back to me what they found. And that's what I was going by. Um,
Quickly, Goose.
Yep.
Some of my mods are in here, like Glohan, Caden, things like that. If you need extra help,
Yep.
you can
I
temporarily
do.
mod them if you want.
Yep.
To get this comment section right.
Yes, please.
Because
Because
it's getting real weird in here.
yeah, yeah,
Also,
yeah.
guys, children cannot cancel me. No one knows who you are.
If
Hi, Goose. Can I
what are
ask you a
their names so I could? Oh,
question?
there I see you. Glohan.
Glohan, there's Caden, but it's spelled with an X instead of an A. Um, and I'm not why he got flagged. Because I didn't get flagged. That's not how TikTok works. Um, oh, Caro's here, the blue
All right.
dog.
I got Glohan.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I don't want to take up too much of the live. I'm fully not aware of what is happening. So if anyone can give me just like a quick rundown on Adorna and mail mode, if you guys want to like private DM me or tell me online, because I genuinely don't know what's happening. I just came up here and I don't
Um,
want to waste too much
yeah,
of your time.
sure. So, pretty high level. So, if you echo and echoes link tree, um,
Okay.
you can view a live that Andromeda had calling Adora out on some information that was uncovered, and that was
Let's see.
post. Um, an event that happened about 6 months prior, where Adora was caught diluting herself while debating, while also simultaneously streaming to OnlyFans.
Okay, got it. Copy that. And what's the issue with Mel?
Mel
Um,
was standing by her with everybody
Okay,
trying to call her out.
okay,
Last week's stuff has came out
much
additional about
much
Adora.
worse, much worse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay. I'll check out your bitch. I'm gonna clear out the box. I just want to come up here because I genuinely don't know what's going on. So good to see you, Goose. I'll check out Echo's
thank
link.
you.
So I'll drop down. Bye,
All
guys.
right. If needed, just message me. We'll talk.
Okay.
I feel like I genuinely don't understand. Like when I read the evidence regarding Adora, um I genuinely, because I remember it so vividly. I was literally coming back from Kamala Harris's final rally in Philadelphia, and I feel like I wanted to throw up in my Uber. I wanted to throw up. And so that's why I'm so confused why people like Tweener um still support her. Because here's the thing though, Tweener, because I've tried to have this conversation with you multiple times, right? I've tried to have this conversation with you because I feel like I've been in your shoes before. I feel like as a Black woman, we are constantly being, at least by society, we are taught that we should protect everyone, and that we should always see the light in people. And that makes it very difficult for us to change our views of people, even when they do terrible things. And that is a piece of nuance that a lot of white tea people, especially some people on this panel, people in the comments, are especially not going to be able to understand because you have no concept of intersectionality, right? But that's what I thought I saw in you. But at this point, what I'm seeing in you is just you simply don't value yourself as like a person. And I don't know how to help you from there, because I thought I would be able to help you as a Black woman to remove yourself and divorce yourself from the approval of others. And you don't care about that. You will genuinely sink with this ship. So let me tell you something. Don't ever tag me. Don't ever talk to me. Girl, you were my biggest fan. You would only join panels whenever you saw my ass. You spent so much goddamn time trying to get into my circle. Motherfucker, that will never happen. That will never happen. Stay on your fucking side of TikTok, okay? Stay on your side, and I will stay on mine. Do not ever try to come for me. Ever. Ever in your life. Okay? You're not even in my fucking tax bracket. Chill out.
Dina's here. Why don't we invite Dean up?
Invite Dean
What was
up.
that?
Invite Dean, the person that you said should be hung in the streets.
This is not the
And did.
moment. Can
Can we
we
just go
Yeah,
stay
no,
back
no,
on
to
the
the
And
actual
did.
Adora
topic?
this,
issue?
This
And
Like,
is
I
did.
not the
don't care
moment.
about any of
uh,
your personal
Can
guys,
shit.
we
Like, this
please
is
stay
about
on
destroying
Like
the
what?
everybody.
right
It has
problem
nothing to do with
right
any of
here?
your
Sorry,
personal
Goose.
guys.
Go
crap.
ahead.
Like,
Oh my
let's go
God.
back to the topic.
Yes, please, please.
Please.
Um, can I drop one person down? Braxton, I haven't heard from you. Lily, you've been amazing. Demi's new here. Hope, can
I'll
I drop
drop.
you down? Or
I'll drop Goose. Thanks for having me up. Appreciate you.
I guess. Yeah.
I feel like y'all think I'm like scared of him. Like what?
I just want
and you know what? For everybody like who knows me and on this platform, you guys know I don't ever host lives like this. I don't. Um, and it took a lot for me to do this. And the reason why I did was because I was kind of disappointed um, to not see more trans creators talking about this. I was hoping that I wouldn't have to be the one because I don't like doing these things. Um, I see the other side doing it.
But anytime people speak out against people like Adora or the other side, we get attacked. Like, we get all kinds of names called us. I can't tell you the amount of times that I've been told I hate myself because I talk about how gatekeeping certain things in this community is okay. So I get what you're saying, but at the same time, what would calling out Adora do? Because all we do is get hate. when we try
I
to
don't,
say.
I don't think we would get hate on this one. I don't think I'm going to get hate for this.
No, see, Goose, I disagree with you. Sorry, Braxton. Can I go really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Demi.
I disagree with you because I did spend after the original thing, after the OF thing, I did spend a week calling it out. It wasn't the majority of my life, but I called it out. It was a problem. The amount of hate and distance and unfollowers I got for that was insane.
Yep.
I don't even know if that's the correct terminology to use right now. I'm sorry. I'm still recovering from having to look at the fucking images of the new one because I was one of the ones that was asked if I would look at them to collab. What? I'm sorry, my brain
I know
stopped working.
you're good.
The
You're good.
to verify the information.
Right.
Um, it is so bad, and I absolutely do think our community needs to be calling this out. And if I was still going live all the time, I would be hosting this live, even if
Yeah.
it cost me every one of my followers, because this is beyond a dangerous person.
Hmm.
And I
Right.
understand there's a lot of little things that are an offshoot from this, but we really need to stay on the main topic of this, calling this shit out,
I
because I
agree.
am still losing sleep. I agree with Lily. Anybody that was still trying to support Adora or let Adora come back or say just move on. It was an accident after just the OF thing, and it took this for you to denounce Adora. Fuck you. I'm sorry, but fuck you.
No, Demi, and I agree, and I apologize. I for not being aware of the lives that you've been hosting. I don't know why you haven't been showing up on my For You page or even showing that you're live
No,
or something.
I don't go live
Um,
anymore. I've
yeah.
been in and out of the hospital.
Well, I hope you're well.
I'm getting
I
there.
I also haven't been going live. I don't, and I definitely felt like this needs to be called out, even if we um
I just have a quick question. The Pipe of Hope, is that a screenshot from Adora's Tumblr?
No, this is a screenshot from an incel website that Adora posted too.
Okay, I have a real issue with showing it publicly, and can I please
Okay.
just explain why?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll take it down.
I'm worried for potentially minors to see it and then do the further digging. I'm worried for anyone else who is over 18 to do the further digging. There are things on those websites that should not be seen by people. I think
That's totally fair.
Demi and Artemis, you can both attest to this. I do not have, I do not get easily triggered um, or what do you call it? Like it's just it's extremely disturbing and people shouldn't see that, and I don't think we should be sharing those usernames. I also worry about the traction that it could lead to, then potentially Adora changing, like trying to get rid of things before the investigation is done, as Andy
that's
has
a
now reported it. So I really
exactly,
really
yep.
do not feel comfortable with any screenshots or usernames being shared at this moment of time. Let's
So I
wait
get
for the
that.
police to handle it.
Yep.
Let's also make sure we're, having people's mindsets in mind and mitigating harm and minimizing it as much as we possibly can.
So
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
already down.
Adora has already taken down a vast majority of content. So
The website, it's from incels.com.
Okay, that's a new
It's not
one.
exactly it, but
Jesus.
I'm not saying the exact website for the reasons you listed. But it says deleted member and then a series of numbers. But basically, it was about how women aren't people. Women don't contribute to culture. They're privileged and pampered. Um, Women should be locked up.
I understand, and thank you for not showing it further. I appreciate that a
Of
lot. Thank you.
course.
I'm just
Um,
here just to say
yeah,
something really fast, and then I'm gonna
yeah,
drop down.
I wanted to give you an opportunity, Artemis,
Yeah,
as well as
I'm really
Braxton,
quick.
who's been sitting here for a while. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I don't want to take up much time, like, because I walked away from like Adora back in March. I would say even moved away from a platform back in February. When the racism started to come out, that was before any of the other stuff came out. I was like, nope, I see zero accountability. Not gonna fuck with that, and I moved on. I didn't do this publicly, so I'm just doing it now. I did this privately. I told people in my Discord. I told people in my life that I was done and nipped it in the bud. I was one of the people that did see the evidence come out. It is absolutely horrifying. It's absolutely disgusting. And if you want to see that, I don't know. I have questions about what's going on in your personal life, but that's the only reason I'm up here is that so people just publicly know I walked the fuck away a long ass time ago. I never condoned any of this. And I think that people that stuck on this long, you really need to take a look at yourself and do some soul searching because there was a lot of obvious things. Going from like February to now, there were a lot of obvious things. So that's just my 2 cents.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So do you feel any sense of remorse or change in position, having known that this is the type of person who you were platforming and sharing rhetoric and
and who I decided to platform with because I was not just going to be going up on people's panels willy nilly, like helping people and like fighting for certain people if I didn't know who they were. So
so
yeah, no,
that's not
I
necessarily what I asked because
okay, I'm
what I'm
confused.
asking is that I remember the panels that you were on with Adora and Aaron. Thing as trans women, and that's why they're all women. So my question is, has the fact that you shared these mindsets and these views with someone who literally thinks women are not people, has that changed any of your positions knowing that they were validated by someone who is psychotic?
Has watched me. I am no longer talking about gender in the way that I did on Adora's Lives. I have
Okay,
completely altered how I have those conversations.
Artemis,
fantastic.
I definitely have noticed that, and I have definitely also noticed you retreating back from certain people. And I have seen you on different creators' lives, and just seeing you just kind of making your way around and having other discussions, which is good to see.
Yeah, no, like I did change things absolutely because I recognized that these weren't good conversations we had. They weren't making any points, and it was just causing people to scream at each other. I wanted to have actually good conversations about the complexities of gender and sex and things like that. So yeah, no, I have changed substantially. And yes, I do feel bad. Like or I've said this shit for months. Like I do feel disgusted that I was on panels with Adora.
And that's okay. I mean, that's part of life. Like you do things, you find shame in it, you get embarrassed, and then you change moving forward. And that's really all we can ask for. But it's
Yeah,
like
and
if sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and it's a perfect example that we never know who somebody is, right? We come onto this app and people only show you what they want you to see, right? It's the same thing like in your neighborhood where you live. You never know what's going on in your neighbor's house next door. You just never know. And you just have to be mindful of that, right? And if something isn't sitting right with you, there's probably a reason, and you should trust your instincts with people.
Yeah, it's just, I think if anything good could come out of this, I think it would be a restructuring of how we have these debates around trans people. Adora is a trans maxer. Adora, it's very questionable if Adora should be getting female pronouns because Adora is a trans maxer, which is an incel. This person is an incel male who is not actually a true transsexual. So calling her she and using all of female pronouns for someone who is literally masquerading as a transsexual, it's perpetuating the problem. I'm not saying you have to go and call Adora he and call him a man and do like you can do to the extent that you want, but sitting here and calling Adora she and equating her to a transsexual and like an actual trans woman, that's also harmful. So if anything good can come out of this, it would be a readjustment of boundaries and standards back to how we had it, where people who are problems, because you guys are saying, oh, we didn't recognize this, we didn't know this. We did. I knew this, and I got blocked from it by Adora. after our first conversation because I knew this and I brought it up as a transsexual. So if anything good can come out of this, it would be readjusting and saying, okay, maybe there are people, maybe there are trans people who are using this, or people who say that they're trans that aren't actually, because infantilizing Adora to the point that Adora now got surgery, Adora is very much an unaliving risk because their entire platform, their entire life has collapsed. People are going to be attacking them. They can't come back on the internet. This person is now at risk of unaliving because of how they were treated and coddled for something that people were telling you was a problem. And I'm not trying to put any blame on you or any of it, but just that's how we move forward. We stop fighting over everything and we recognize that some of this stuff is real.
Yeah, no, and I'm just gonna say, like, I am not a trans person. I am not going to be like, I'm not going to be making like those decisions. I'm still going to be respectful. Just because of my own ways that I stand, I will still use she, her, or they, them. That's me though. That's me. I'm not telling anybody else what to do. That's just me. So I am gonna drop down to give space for other people, but I just wanted to make it abundantly clear where I have stood for a very long time, and yeah.
Anybody that takes issue with the term transsexual, understand that we do get coded as that, and medically that's what it is recognized as.
Yeah, so transsexual is different than transgender. Transgender is when you identify as something mentally outside of what you were born as. Transsexual is the very specific word that is given to transgender people who take a medical step or surgical step in their transition. All transsexual people are transgender, but not all transgender people are transsexual. It's like squares and rectangles. All squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares.
I know we've had disagreements, but I am glad there is somebody else that can put that in the same terminology that I have had. I know we've had good conversations. Like, I remember having conversations with you. And thank you for that, because there is a absolute difference on that. So,
Braxton, do you wanna say anything?
Yeah.
You've
I'm
been
just
such
trying
a
to be
gentleman,
patient. Yeah, of
just
course.
sitting by when
I
everybody
signed the
talks.
papers, I have to. I have to. There's the legal documentation. No, like I just to piggyback off of Pope, I've seen Pope in quite a few lives, honestly, and I feel like we kind of line up a lot on a lot of the things that we think. I've been trying to call stuff out like this for the past year, with people like Adora, like Lily Tino, these people that it's just like painfully obvious that they are not actually contributing to the community, if you will, right? It's like Goose had said earlier, sometimes you get this gut feeling about a thing, and it's okay to follow that gut feeling. The side of that that's really hard is there is a lot of flack from that. I can't tell you how many times I've been called transphobic, or that I'm a bigot, or that I'm just hateful and I'm all these things. I'm truly not. Like, I know who I am at the core of my being. I absolutely adore people. I love people. Uh, I'm a very, very kind gentleman, clearly, right? Like, I sat here and let everybody talk. So I'm not trying to like ruffle anybody's feathers or upset anybody or hurt anybody's feelings. Instead, it's that I see the harm that these types of creators do to actual trans people. And even that I know is taboo to say, but there are actual trans people, and there are people that are taking advantage of the label of being trans. And it causes these deeper issues for people like us, right? Actual trans people, like in Texas, right? You can't get your documentation changed anymore because they're afraid of us, because of the representation that they see, what the media pushes. Can I be upset with Texas? Sure, I guess a little bit. But like, in the realm of logic and reality, can I be? No, of course they're scared of us, because we allow people like this to represent us. Of course they don't want people like this around their children, or pushing things to be taught to their children in school, or to even be around them in public. Like, that's scary, right? The people that just have no regard for other people. It's all about me, me, me. The fact that they allow themselves to be treated as an infant, that's on purpose. That's called manipulation. They did that on purpose so that people wouldn't question the things that they do. This is where self-ID kind of becomes an issue. But it's hard to talk on those things, because people get so fired up and so charged at you because they think one thing about you without knowing any of your intent behind it, right? And it's that I've been doing this for 10 years, and it wasn't like this 10 years ago. There was like hope 10 years ago, and now here I am 10 years from the day that I started, and it's astronomically different than what I had hoped for. There's so much more we're so politicized now, and it wasn't supposed to be that way. Like, we're just people at the end of the day. We're just
Yeah,
people. We're
yeah,
contributing
Braxton.
to.
You
Go
know,
ahead.
I agree. I agree. Like, it's been a little bit longer for me, but I remember like it was just you were either trans or not trans or not. Like there was
Right.
nothing else in between. And like for me, like I cannot understand. Um,
Real quick, Pope, could I rotate you?
yep.
Um,
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I don't. Can I be quick, real quick? This is gonna take like a
Sure. Go ahead,
minute.
Patty.
I'm sorry. Sorry to take over again. Like I said, I'm working, so like, but I had to say something because this
hold
just got
on,
messaged to me.
Tabby, real quick. You can drop me, but if Tweener comes up, bring me back, please, because I want to talk to Tweener.
Oh
Put her
no, but this
request
is
back
about
in.
Tweener. This is about Tweener. I got a message that Tweener said in the comments that there was never shown any evidence. I just want to put it out there for everyone to know that I offered her the access to the evidence. I had a mutual of both of us because Tweener has me blocked, and I had the screenshot of this. Offer her access to the evidence. Tweener ignored them. The mutual is Glohan. Glohan can testify this himself. Glohan messaged Tweener on my behalf, offering her access to the evidence of Dora, offering her unfiltered access to it. So if she is sitting here saying that there was no evidence and that evidence has not been shown, she was offered access to this evidence, and she's a lying ass bitch. Because I'm gonna keep my more heinous comments to myself, but Trina's been the main one out here telling people who are victims of Adora to get over it, that it was a mistake. And now that she's sitting here telling people that she has not seen the evidence when it was offered to her, not once, not twice, she was offered to her. She had the opportunity to see the evidence. She ignored the reach out. She ignored people being able to bring it to her. So if she's saying she hasn't seen evidence, it's because she doesn't want to see the evidence. It's because she wants to live in denial, because she wants to sit here and continue to defend a predator.
And
That's
also,
why. So anyone from this point on, if you want to continue to platform Adora, keep that in mind. She does not give a fuck about evidence. She doesn't give a fuck about actually seeing the evidence. Because I said, regardless of how I feel about her, regardless of how anybody else, or interactions her and I have had, she was offered it. And she does not want to see it. Which means she is the problem here. She is one of the ones who is an Adora offender, and at this point in time, if people want to call her an essay defender, if people want to say her and say that she blames victims, and she continues to tell victims to get over it, she continues to do all these other things. Yeah, she does, and she doesn't want to see the evidence. And I will gladly post on the Reddit Spaces that I showed her. I showed her. I tried to show her the evidence.
oh my god, I'm sorry. The
Oh, now
comment
we
of,
lied.
Yeah,
Now she's
yeah,
saying in the
we're not
comments we
lying
lied.
about what we saw. We're not. There's reasons as to why it can't
This
and
is
shouldn't be
no.
shared to the
Understand this.
masses.
Tweener's delusional. Tweener wants to live in delusion. She doesn't want to actually believe the evidence that she apparently now she saw it, but she was ignoring it when Glohan asked her if she wanted to see it.
Does Twina want
Um,
to come? I mean, we can make
yeah.
space for Twina if
I'm
they
gonna
want to
go
come
back
up.
down because, like I said, I'm supposed to be
Um,
working.
like I understand like when you've been supporting a creator for a long time, right? And you feel connected and attached to them, right? To hear something like this, right? The first thing we try and do is find an excuse as to why it's not true, right? We try and find every excuse. Um, I did my own research on the back end, right? And I found stuff that um, yeah. And Andy, ever since I was listening to your live that day, um like even though you did not show these images and I had not seen them, I have created them in my head based upon the stories that you shared with us. And um like I'm still like wallowing in it. Like I feel like I've just been like in a fog, you know? I stopped supporting Adora. I can't even tell you how long ago it was. It was probably when her platform started to get so big and her lives were just I deemed them as they were like abusive, the way she interacted with people, and I didn't want to be part of that. And it wasn't enjoyable for me to be in that space. Like people were arguing on the panel, they were arguing in the comment section, right? There was nothing positive coming out of those lives at all. And I don't host these lives. I don't. But I feel like more people need to. I came back hosting this live from not even going live because I'm just like I don't know what to do about all of this, right? Like I was mutuals with Adora, you know, I was. Um, and when the first event happened with the OF, like I couldn't believe it, right? I needed to hear from people who uncovered it. Like, can you walk me through how you made this connection, like all this stuff, right? And I thought that was probably like you can't recover from that. She took off like 6 months, and a couple people, we received private messages from Adora. She started commenting on my content, right? Um, and I think she was testing the waters, to see if it was safe to come back, and she did. Um, and like I said, I do believe she's still here. She's not under her Adora account, but I can guarantee you she's probably watching this live right now. She knows about what's going on. Um, but anyway, I wanted to say hello to Andy. We haven't seen each other in quite some time. And Lily, I do see your hand up.
Just
Um,
really quickly, can we get Tweena up, please? Because I'm sick
it
of them saying we lied. They denounced Adora yesterday. They're flip
well,
flopping.
is
I've had
is
enough of
Twina
it.
Twina's
Tweener
not
has
in?
not requested at
No.
all. I've been
Then a mod
watching.
invite her. Or I don't care. Tweena, get the fuck up here. You have been literally given the opportunity multiple times. You quite literally told SA survivors to get over it. Enough. Enough. Get up here. Get up here. I can't be nice about it anymore. Get up here.
I'll send. I'm looking through. Echo, if you see them, if you want to invite, I'm going to give
I'll
Twina
take a
the
look. Yeah.
the opportunity to come up here and speak.
So I have an echo, so I'm gonna have to mute whenever anybody else speaks. But firstly and foremost, not only did I find out that Tabby had contacted Glowhan, I also had contacted Glowhan specifically to get an apology, or not an apology. Sorry, I was reading something else. Specifically to be able to hand Vanessa the evidence, and I just pinged Vanessa in the chat to hand Vanessa the evidence. Like, I have been trying since this came out to make sure that Vanessa sees this evidence, and there is no, like, I would not have held the live that I did on Monday if I did not have 100% confirmation that that was Adora. So it is a complete lie. Vanessa, I think, bro, you have talked so much about me and about the sick things that you say that I do. And at this point, you're standing up for the very thing that you called me. That's the kind of person that you're defending now. That is who you are signing up with. I gave that information to Tashika. This is a little background for those who didn't know. I specifically invited Tashika so that she could pass that information along to you as well, because I legitimately did not want you caught up in this. No matter what you had said about me, no matter what lies you spun about me. Because I tried to get you off of this rock. And I have defended you in private chats while you're actively like going public and calling me the most messed up things. And at this point, I regret ever having defended you. That
Andy would always be like, I worry about Tweener. Tweener's saying these things, but I worry about them. I really, like, when this stuff came out, Andy was like, I really need Tweener to see this, because Tweener cannot go down on that ship. Because, like, as much as, like, it is shitty that Tweener was just like, oh yeah, the dilation thing was a lie, Andy's a cult leader, Andy's a narcissist. As much as Tweener was saying that left and right all over the place, like, Andy was just like, Tweener needs to see this so Tweener doesn't go down with that ship. And the fact that Tweener just admitted that they did see it somehow, somewhere. We don't know how. We don't know where. It wasn't through us. and saying that it's still a lie is really telling.
I'm extremely, extremely, extremely disappointed. I have been disappointed over the past, 8 months now with many of the creators that I once had deep respect for. We don't really need to get into that. However, this is like the cake. There is absolutely no reason why there should be a singular question. And if you are a content creator that I know and you aren't sure and you're kind of standing on the edge, I have invited you all repeatedly. If I know you and if I believe you're trustworthy, I will give you the evidence myself. And I still have that open door. I'm gonna take a breath. Let somebody else take it.
I think I'm gonna hop down real quick. I just want to leave you guys on the note of trust your gut, right? And if something feels wrong, more than likely it is wrong. Especially when you have a bunch of people saying the same thing. Even if you're afraid to speak out, there are people that you can reach out to at least help you confirm things and feel comfortable in these things that you might be feeling, right? And in your gut instinct. Just follow it, because if we continue to allow things like this to happen just in the name of being inclusive, it is going to tear this community apart so incredibly quickly. It has already begun. We have to fight back, and we have to take this back, because if not, they're going to come for all of us. It's just part of it. It's what's going to happen. So I hope all of you have a wonderful night. I hope that you guys get some better sleep tonight, because I know that this is super emotionally charged. So I'm sending love to all of you guys, and y'all have a good evening.
Thanks, Braxton.
Thank you, Braxton.
Hey, what's going on, Hot Dog? I haven't seen you in forever.
Yeah, I've been off the app for a little bit. I kind of came up to apologize for my connection to Adora and her everything, and sort of uh, including her racism and my racism. And yeah, I let that go on for way too long. And everything that just came out is honestly fucking disgusting. I don't know what else to say, but except for I'm sorry.
Hot dog.
Like,
I
this
Yeah,
is
want
just
to.
horrible.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people didn't know the extent until that Monday when Andromeda hosted that live. Um, and to be honest with you, like I didn't I was just sitting there like like no words. No words. Like this person that we were all around, you know?
Yeah.
And you guys like were around Adora more so than anybody else. Like you guys vacationed together, you know?
Hot dog. I want to take 1 second to give you an actual apology for having the other live up in the background when we were talking about you.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I say something super quick and I'll drop to make space? In regards to Vanessa, who's refusing to come up on this panel, myself and Lily went out of our way for a long time to defend her mental health as she was going through unaliving ideation. We cared about her. We put in time and effort to make sure she was okay. I called her directly on the phone. We had like a 45-minute phone conversation. And during that conversation, she compared Andy to Emerson and said, Olive, you don't even know the rest of the story. Well, actually, she didn't even call me Olive, but whatever. You don't even know the rest of the story, blah, blah, blah. There's so much more. And then for the past 2 fucking months, her and Mel and the rest of that little cult have been saying, oh, you guys don't even know the half of it. Here's the thing. If there was more to the story, y'all clout chasers would be the first to post about it. You would be posting this alleged information about Andy, and you haven't. And you know you would do that because you know you would get views, and you have nothing to show for it, and you're just fucking yapping, and that's the only reason you're not denouncing Adora is because you're so anti-Andy. So if Andy had nothing to do with this, then maybe, just maybe, you would fucking denounce Adora. But you're not, because you hate Andy that much that you're okay with the fucking predator. So whatever information you think you have that you've been yapping about for 2 fucking months, please post it. We would love to fucking see it. But you can't because it doesn't exist. That's all. Thank you. Vanessa, get in the fucking box.
Thank you, Olive.
I want to.
It's real quick.
Sorry.
Someone made a comment that I was just talking about the racism and not the OnlyFans and not the the OF and not everything that came out about this other app that all the whatever was on. No, it was about everything. I said everything else. I didn't know how to address all of it, but like all the sexual and gore, all of it. I'm disgusted that let I didn't know about any of it, and I'm disgusted that I surrounded myself with this person.
I'm just going to
Thank
say
you.
real quick, anybody that needs the recap of Andy's live, go to my YouTube, and it's there under the Adora playlist. It's the only video. Demi, I know you're speaking.
Thank you, Echo.
Right.
I
And just
just
also for anybody who hasn't seen that video, just be aware that the content that you're going to be hearing is very triggering.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine. I am always willing to wait my turn. I just want to be very clear in reference to Tweener, which I had about a week of association with, and as most people on this app know, that I I usually don't stick around if I don't like the way you run things. I learned that lesson the hard way to stop sticking around lives that were I was seeing as problematic. It's one of the reasons I started becoming my own live creator. What I'm specifically getting to is if you have the audacity to say that all of us are lying, that I know of, it's 8 people. Was it 8 people on that live that night, Andromeda?
Yeah, it was. I think it was 7. I don't think. Yeah, it was 7 people. I didn't fill the entire box because
Okay,
Nerdy and Reggie didn't show up.
okay, 7. So 7 of us from different aspects of TikTok. Not even all of us get along. Not even all of us knew each other. And we're all verifying this information. I'm sorry that I won't hand you those pictures, but I literally, for my own fucking mental health, had to message Andromeda and ask, can I please delete this now that the live's over? Because my mental health was suffering. Because just knowing I could go back and look at that and dig deeper, that was, it's disgusting. It's beyond disgusting. And for you to literally call all of us liars, get the fuck in the box.
You know, Demi, I didn't even see the photographs, and I keep saying that just hearing the story and hearing how descriptive Andromeda was and was able to be without but protecting their life. I have those images imprinted in my mind without even seeing them, and I couldn't sleep that night. Um, I went down a deep dive looking into things as well. And Andy, I know what you mean when you said I had to stop looking because I was afraid of what I might find if I kept going, because I started to feel that way too.
And that's specifically why I deleted it, because I knew that I would want to deep dive and see how far the rabbit hole went. I just know myself. I need to have all the information and just the bare bones that was given, and it's not bare bones. It was plenty of information, but the fact that there were links that I could follow and go deeper, I'm still not sleeping. It's disgusting. I even told Andromeda, with all due respect, I wish I never consented to you sending me to these. I don't regret it because it needed to be done, but I wish I never saw those fucking images.
Literally
Um,
lost so much sleep over it. Like I like one morning woke up and saw, oh, I had a giant mess of makeup on, like, under my eyes, and I like grabbed makeup removing and I just like rubbed it off, and nope, they were just massive and extremely dark bags because like it literally kept me up. Because like the thing is, the whole Adore does not represent my community. Adore doesn't represent any community. And what I saw there was such a deep malevolent hatred of women that alone scares me. Not to mention like the level of content is like it's bad. It's all bad. And please get in the box, tweener. Sorry.
And Andy, I was talking about this when I first started the live. Um, for somebody to have that much level of hatred towards women, why would somebody then transition their body to be one, in your opinion?
That's actually, so I've been thinking about it because, like, I'm trying to work out, like, I have at least said I'm not fully on Pope's side as viewing Adora, and I don't really want to get too much into that. But based upon what I saw, I'm not comfortable with referring to Adora as a woman. That's just my own feelings on that. The thing is, what I genuinely think that it is that the inceldom and the hatred of women combined in a way that it like almost projected back onto herself or onto themselves. It is my view that not only did they want the maiming and mutilation of women, but they projected that level of self-hatred back onto themselves. Their internal sense of self is that equal amount of hatred. And I legitimately think that like they pursued to make themselves what they hated the most, like in the most the weirdest pathological behavior, like the fact that like what they wrote about was so much of like removal of female like reproductive functions, reproductive organs, and devouring them. To me, speaks to a pathology. I'm not any kind of professional, but like that felt like I was looking at a pathology.
I mean, it's like I said, it's misogyny in its most pure and violent form. It had nothing to do with, well, if you hate women, why do you want to be a woman? It's a complete and utter disregard for the biological reality of what a female is, why females exist, and their worth. So by completely stripping down female of any uniqueness and speciality of what they are and why they exist, the inceldom, because that's what we're calling it, made them believe that they could transition and be the exact same thing. Everybody validated it because it's her a woman and forced women around them in their spaces, on dating apps, in locker rooms, in bathrooms. Every single aspect of this was about forcing women to be in their space because they're misogynistic. It's like
Real
that's
quick,
why they kept pushing that they could equate to women.
I
real
feel
quick,
like I
Hot
have
Dogs,
to.
do you mind if I rotate you out for someone?
Sure.
Is Twina in a request?
No.
Are they still watching and can be invited?
Yep, I've been inviting them when we've had an open box. I tried to keep one open. That way I could invite them. I'm trying to keep that in mind as well as we go.
Yeah, Twina, get in the fucking box. How dare you say we're lying? Get in the fucking box. I'm waiting till you get up here.
Echo, can you give a
Twins
shout
has a
out
lot of
to
chat.
your
I don't understand why they're not coming up.
Can you
Yeah,
guys hear me,
because
or do I have to take off my headphones just before?
we can hear you,
I
River.
can hear you. Echo, can you give a shout out to your YouTube? A lot of people are asking where they can get a basis of what's going on.
Yeah, real quick. Normally, my YouTube is in my link tree in my bio on one of my profiles. If you go to YouTube Echo Debates, that's the account it's under. There's an Adora playlist. It is the only video in there. Super heavy trigger warning. Again, Echo Debates on YouTube, and then look for the Adora playlist. It's 2 hours long.
I just have a quick question, or like, I'm also really bad at asking things and explaining things, so sorry if this doesn't come off well. But like, this information is not surprising. I think even before the first accusation got exposed, you could kind of like clearly connect the dots that this was like transphobic and blah 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 and like blocked. Like how do you navigate that to not be transphobic slash stay in the reality? But I don't know if that makes
There's
sense.
a big difference between clocking something for being predatory, racist, etc. When a person, for example, if you're trying to correct someone and let's say they're a person of color and they happen to be black, things of that nature. To attack the trans community. That's the issue.
That's not quite what my point was. My point, like when people would like, because I know people don't agree with the term transmaxing or whatever the hell, like the AGP, I don't know, but like, but people would specifically refer to Adora as that, and like saying these are kind of like red flags. This was like months ago. When people would like, you get like blocked and kicked for even mentioning transmatching. I know that's not really a thing for most of people. So I don't really like using that word, but I think for here. I don't know if I'm trying. I don't know. Basically, my bottom line question is, if you could, I don't know. I don't even know what my question is. That was my question. I don't know. I'm just yapping. Let me stop talking because I don't know what I'm trying to say. All I'm trying to say is that the segments were there months ago, and I think if people listened more instead of just resorting to that's transphobic, then I think we wouldn't have gotten this far. I don't know. I don't know if that's.
No, absolutely not. I'm pushing back on that 100% because what you and people who speak like you wanted to happen is for other
You
people
don't know
within the
me.
community.
You don't know
I
me.
don't need to. I don't need to know you. I've heard you speak on panels before, so I do know what your
You don't know
talking
what.
points are.
You don't know what my
And I'm
beliefs are.
speaking. I'm speaking. I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. Respectfully. Now I'm gonna continue with what I was saying because I didn't interrupt you. As I was saying, again, you're talking about these signs and whatnot, and people calling it transphobic. People were calling you and/or anyone who was trying to clock a door transphobic, not because oh you're attacking a trans person, it's because y'all wanted to say Mandora, y'all wanted
I
to
didn't
say
say. I've never said
he/him.
Mandor. I've never
I
said that.
never said you. I am
You just said
not
you.
done
You just said
speaking.
y'all.
I
You just
am
said
not done
y'all.
speaking.
You just said
Can
y'all.
someone can a moderator? I'm not speaking directly to you. What part of that do you not understand? Like I don't get
Then
it.
how is that relevant to my point? I don't know.
If you let me finish my point, you would understand what I'm saying.
Don't be condescending, you cunt.
Listen, I'm not gonna curse you out. I'm not gonna do none of that. You need to hush your mouth because I was speaking and you kept interrupting me. So you're not gonna understand what I'm saying if you keep interrupting me because I let you speak. As I was saying, the issue is, let me say in general because you feel so attacked. So in general, it was giving people a free reign to be transphobic. Okay, people were misgendering. People were talking about how she looks like a man. People are talking about, oh, this is why we can't let so and so in the bathroom. This is why we need to let men this and men that. People were using it as a scapegoat to be transphobic. If you are going to
That wasn't my original
dismantle,
point.
I am not done. What
You're
the
accusing
fuck
me of
is
making a
wrong
point
with
I never.
you?
You are accusing me of making a point I never made.
I am not addressing you.
Then why
I
are you
already
trying to
addressed
just?
your point. I already addressed your point. Can you just shut up? I am not done. What is your problem?
Don't be condescending, you absolute cunt.
I
Jesus.
don't give a shit. You don't let people finish. Like
Can we
what?
Sky,
bring up Christy and Undy?
Sky, I dropped them if you want to go ahead and take a minute to
Yeah,
finish.
sorry. I just wanted to finish my point. The issue is that they're talking about signs and signs and signs. Other people on this platform who've known Adora longer than I have, or been around their panels longer than I have, did not see the signs that people were talking about because they have not done, to my understanding, anything as egregious as this until people found out about the whole only whatnot that thing. But my point is that you cannot use because a black person did something wrong, because a trans person did something wrong, because an indigenous person does something wrong, does not give you a free reign to be racist. It does not give you a free reign to be transphobic. If you're going to address a person of color
and or a person a part of the LGBTQ, just know that that doesn't give you a right to be homophobic. So that's
Okay,
the
but
issue.
it's not homophobic or transphobic to call someone out just because you're calling out someone who's trans or gay. This person is a trans maxer. They are a he. They are a
Right.
male who's attracted to women and is not a true transsexual. So calling them out is automatically going to be seen as transphobic because you're not conforming to this crazy idea that they're a woman,
So they're
which
not
they're not.
trans.
I'm
So,
sorry?
so
So
what
they're
I
not trans.
so what I'll say is, I'm going to respect Adora's pronouns, right? Until Adora tells me that they are not trans, you know. And I know you guys disagree with that, and but that's just how I am. Okay, I'm not going to call Adora a he, right? And if anybody who comes onto my panel wants to talk about Adora, or anybody else here, and you don't feel comfortable using pronouns, just address them by their name, okay? Or use gender neutral pronouns, please, on the
Yeah,
respect
but
Can
of
I
my
say
platform.
they?
the thing is that to my understanding, they said that they're trans women. So I'm not gonna differentiate whether they're a man or woman. I can have my own personal feelings of what I think that they are, but this is not the situation to figure out if they are a man, woman, trans, whatever.
Right.
The issue is that they did predatory behavior, and I heard someone mention something about racism. I'm not sure if that's referring to Adora or another individual.
I get that. What I'm saying is that trans maxing is a specific subset of the incel community, particularly among males. Transgender women, transsexual people, for our societal life have dealt with this. We have dealt with cross-dressers. We have dealt with trans maxers. Incel wasn't as big of a thing because there wasn't an online community to be talking to about it. So this is kind of new. But transsexual people have always dealt with cross-dressers and predators co-opting who we are to use these spaces. So you can call Adora she, her, that's fine, whatever. I'm not going to tell you that you can't do that. But what I'm telling you is that this person is not a true transsexual. I'm not going to use she and her because this person is a male. This person is a male who used incel rhetoric to infiltrate this community, to cause divisiveness, to put everybody in this position where you all feel betrayed in the way that you do because they portrayed themselves as a woman. I'm a woman. I'm the exact same thing as a woman. Some women can't give birth, neither can I. We're the exact same thing. All of this rhetoric is misogynistic to its core. It is transphobic to its core because they did anything and everything to call themselves anything except what they are, which is a transsexual. So
And
you can
Pope,
call Adora whatever you want, but the
and
true
Pope, you're
bigotry
you're
here.
you're you're correct. You're correct. You know, and if nobody saw any of this evidence, this information, right? That would be one thing. But even myself, like I was able to date this back to 2010,
What?
2010. This
Yeah.
with Adora, all of this, what's going on, the behavior. It goes
And
back.
if you want,
It probably goes back further even. But I
if
only was able to go back to 210.
if you want, I blurred out the things that Lily was concerned about because a lot of people don't understand what's going on. But I mean, this goes back 6 years. This is 2018 that this happened. So it's like I said, this goes back a very long time. It's not like a position somebody held in 2029 or 2009 and they grew and learned. Okay, this is a position that escalated. It went from incel to transitioning to trans women or women to transitioning their body, which is why I'm saying that this person should be on a list. They should be watched carefully because their entire life is falling apart. And they did all of this because people were convincing them that this was the way to go. Eh, I don't know. When people talk about homophobia and transphobia and all this shit, and then they talk about how trans women are women in the same exact way that females are, it's misogynistic rhetoric. So the more important thing to change is not that you're friends with Adora, it's your mindset. And it's what you're advocating on behalf of our community. Because the only reason Adora mandated and had all of those lives that trans women are biological women is because Adora genuinely believes that women are not people and that men can be women in the same way because women are not people. And I'm going to stop because I feel like I'm ranting.
I'd say for a middle ground to have this conversation, if people don't want to respect Adora's gender identity as she puts it, then don't. Medora has done some vile stuff and vile ideology. To me, that warrants no respect. So,
Yeah, like I don't think that like I'm not saying, oh, okay, go respect a certain thing. You know, people say the things that they say unwarranted because they feel like they need to say that because of what's transpiring. This is predatory behavior. But the issue is that the blowback on trans people who are innocent of this. That people always want to group and generalize everybody in there, and that's where it like it's for me personally, my opinion, where I feel like it's wrong.
That's fair, but when you're having that position, consider who the community that you're saying is not the thing that you're being accused of is platforming. Because Adora was TikTok's #1 trans person. #1 trained to the knee. And this is the position and the thoughts that they had. So that's who the community chose to prop up.
Yeah.
Hey, Chrissy.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, whoever is speaking.
It's okay.
No, I was
My
just going
pronouns are
to.
she, her.
You don't have to
Okay.
do
My
that. We know.
pronouns are she. Okay. My pronouns are your balls. All right. So really quick, I was just cracking a joke.
Shut up, Christy. Freaking.
Oh, you can go scratch your balls. Let me just get back into the conversation. So I think we're focusing on a couple of things that are wrong. I think that most of this live has been centered around gender identity and people's pronouns. And when it comes to predators, they do not deserve respect. I don't care what they identify as. I don't care who they are. I don't respect people that are bad people. I don't care what your background is, what your religion is, how much money you have, where you live. They're not entitled to have respect. So I'm going to decline calling this gentleman a woman, especially seeing the images, because I got my hands on the images that everybody so gracefully said, don't look at, because I'm gonna take the pew pew for you guys. I'm so traumatized. And you know what the funny thing is all I hear is you guys up here, let's let only specific types of people talk. Let's let women with peens talk. What about the women that don't have peens, that want to come up in panels and have conversations and discuss issues that they have to deal with men in their spaces, okay? And
You
you
gonna
guys
be
are still
open-minded
sitting here.
about it? You gonna be
Sir, I'm not
open-minded
talking.
about it? Because you're always
I didn't.
closed-minded.
You
hold on,
need to
please,
stop. I didn't
hold on,
interrupt you.
please go on.
You need to you need to just let me speak, and then you can yell and scream and kick your high heels all you want, okay? But I didn't interrupt anybody while I was sitting up here. I was nice and quiet.
Yeah,
Okay.
Chrissy, can we just make it like a minute or two and then let responses, please?
Echo, be quiet.
I'm trying to be respectful.
Because I'm tired of you also. You're another problem, but it is what it is. Anyway, I have women that inbox me saying thank you. I could even put the messages up on my background saying, I'm afraid to speak because I know that I'll get dropped. I know that I'll get canceled. I know that I'll lose my job. And I'm sitting up here. We have been calling out this predator for over a year. And all your community did was call me a hateful, bigoted, transphobe, infertile, lonely, failing business whore. That's what you guys did, okay? And let me just be clear. I don't really care what you guys call me. The point is that we already clocked this because we're not psychos. We believe our eyes. When you guys tell us not to, we believe what we see. As soon as I saw Mandora up on the panel, I said, this man is no good. I didn't know why. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I knew he was no good. And you guys want to sit here and still treat him like he's a newborn baby and coddle him. Well, she has problems. That's not our problem to fix his problem. That's his problem. That's not my problem to go on lives and sit there and have this man that hates our guts, okay, that disrespects females and women and girls and sits there and looks at images of women being baked, being put on top of fire. And you guys are sitting here still calling this man a she, her.
I find it to be extremely disrespectful to women, because we don't look at images of women like that. We try to go against that narrative, but you guys want to still sit here and pretend that Mandora is this like this helpless, like, confused man. I have screenshots.
All right, we're not going to monologue.
I'm not done. I have 30 seconds and I'll be done. I have screen showing his incelness since 2014. Okay, 10 years ago. 10. I went further back than Andy. We went back 10 to 2014. And I have more people messaging me from your community that they're victims of Mandora than you guys have. Why is that? Why can't people speak about their victimization to you? Why do they have to come to people like me, the turf transphobe? You know why? Because you guys shut them up and kick them out. That's what you guys do.
No. You know what? If anybody who is in this live right now, the 1.4 thousand people, I will make a box for them. We had people up here earlier who were speaking on behalf of their experiences and interactions with Adora. This is why I'm holding this space, right? I'm not here just to tear everybody apart, right? My life spaces are not typically ones that are hostile, right? And so I do appreciate everybody being respectful to the point that they have been so far, and I don't want it to get to a point where I have to censor people, right? Because I don't feel like we should have to do that, right? We're all adults here, and we should all be able to have a conversation about this individual and agree that they've been harmful not only to the trans community, but to just like women in general.
One more thing. The cis is lying. I have a screenshot from October of 2023 that shows that the cis, wait, who was it? It was Mel. It was Abby. They all knew. And I don't know what it entails. Forward with it and be honest. And you got clocked. And the gig is up. We all know that you're lying.
I want to clarify that Christy is misrepresenting some screenshots where during the Nate debate situation where we were comforting several of the victims, one of the people came forward and was talking about how they had been personally victimized about Nate.
That's when this person was a minor, when this person that I'm going to nickname the letter B was 17 years old and was sent an unsolicited D picture from Nate Debates. So how could you explain that if I have the screenshots from 2023?
Yeah, so I'm not defending Nate Debates. We had this conversation already. You know that I'm not defending Nate Debates. What I'm pointing out is that we did not know and were not informed that B was a minor. And you know that we were not informed and we did not know that B was a minor. Your screenshots do not demonstrate that B was a minor.
That person was paneled for over a year and a half, and they just turned 18 6 months ago. And the individual that came forward, the letter B that came forward, said that they were absolutely aware that they were a minor. So
so I actually have the
who's
clip.
lying? Is the minor that came forward at 18 years old lying? That this minor said that they knew that he was 17 years old. So who's lying? Are you guys lying, or is the 17-year-old that was victimized lying? The 16. He was 16 when he got the photo.
Both of you, hold on a minute.
Firstly and foremost, I had never spoken to B before the DMs that I had with B. However, I do have the clip of when B joined the live and claimed to be 18 years old. And that's today.
Do you want to bring B up?
That's what I was going to do. I was going to ask you both to mute up for a second. Let's bring B up and have this conversation. Pope, can you re-request I'm just going to drop you down for B real quick.
And thank you, Echo, and for all my moderators who have been managing this live.
Um,
Meet up and just I even have, and I'm not on a side or for a side. I'm just a victim, and I have my experiences.
I will say I asked that nobody harass or bother B. Please leave them alone out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Braden, thank you for coming up and sharing your story and your experience. And I'm very sorry that you fell victim to Adora. And if there's anything that
I didn't put it. There was no reason really for me to. But you know, like you said, you didn't see a lot of my messages. I had figured that after I sent them, you may have asked how long ago it was or something like that, and then which I would have told you that, you know.
I mean, I told you that I was listening.
Yeah. No. You showed it on your live like last night, but you said that, to be fair, you said something. You were getting a lot of DMs or something, but it was after the last message was the Adora one that you also said you never had time to respond to.
That's what I got. So the blue is I'm listening.
What screenshot I have.
And I like put you on the hot spot, but right now I'm experiencing like your story being utilized against me to try to create and shift an entirely separate narrative. And I do have to defend myself.
No, I get it, and that wasn't my intention. Like I said, I never knew that anything would even come of this by telling my story on the live that I did yesterday. But the photos I have were, I guess, before you said I'm listening. Let me see, because there were like several messages, but yeah, that was all that I think you said was that you were listening. That was the last thing I had got. Let me see.
Goose, you got a big box again. I can't do it.
Sent that one.
Yeah, give me a second.
And
Yep. Actually, Braden's got screenshot. So.
All right, hold on. It's not letting me. I got too many people. Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's Mel's. Hang on 1 second. Okay, this is the first screenshot where I reached out after her live, and that's when she told me I could share my story. And that's whenever I sent like a whole bunch of stuff, and that's, I guess, whenever it took a minute for Andy to respond. And then that's whenever I got I'm listening, and then it was really nothing after that. Like I said, what I was just trying to say, Andy, was that even after I said that everything had happened, there was no like win or anything. So there was really no opportunity for my age to be brought up. I will mention that, but there's where I sent Mel a message, and for what everyone else is referring to, I just have I just provided these screenshots, no like information, just proving that like Adore had added me and that I was mutuals with all these people and had talked to them. Now, I do know, as Andy said, that they don't all talk about every conversation that they have with everyone, which that's fine. I understand. But I just thought that maybe 2 and 2 would be put together. I guess I was wrong, but that was what I got out of it. And this is when the group chat started, but that was Abby and Reggie actually helping me. I even told Christy that they were helping me in that group chat. They were helping me with my mental health, and I still can't thank them enough for that. So that's
Right. The
basically
only thing that I want to make clear is that is any kind of like narrative being shifted that like we were protecting the person who abused you. Ultimately, like your story is very valid, and the last thing that I want is for it to become a piece of like
I just got flagged again,
TikTok drama,
guys.
if you
Just to give
will.
you a heads up, if the live goes down, I'm not going to end it. If it goes down, it goes down.
Thank you, Goose.
Yeah, so and like I said, I had a few dozen people reach out, and if I had known that you were a minor, which you had no obligation to tell me, but the specific thing that I want to highlight, if that I had known and that Nate had abused you in that way, especially as a minor, that it would have been handled in an extremely different way. You are valid in your story. Sorry that it's turned into kind of a bunch of
didn't and like I said, I didn't know that it was going to go that far, and I'm just so overwhelmed by all of it.
I think we all are in agreement. So, like, thank you for coming forward and speaking on it. It takes a lot. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Braden, very much.
And
I'm sorry.
again, nobody.
Again, this is what I'm talking about with bullshit narratives that kind of get stirred up out of nowhere. Like my Discord has nothing to do with Braden's story. I didn't know Braden like whatsoever prior to those messages. I merely was opening the door for Braden to like talk to me. The Discord that Braden joined, I believe, was BFS. If I have my information correct on that one, which isn't.
Yes,
Quickly,
I was
Echo.
also.
Oh, sorry, Braden. 1 second. Echo, can you bring Pumpkin up? Her name's Gothic Trans.
Yeah, I know my
Yeah, yeah,
girl.
yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Braden. I will speak right after you because I want to say something to you as well.
That's all good. I was just going to follow up with what Andy said and say I was in BFS. I come in there after I turned 18. Same with your Discord, but I believe that it got shut down or something. I don't think I'm in it anymore.
So, no sort of victim blaming that I condone, and anybody in the comments victim blaming, because yeah, they may not have disclosed the fact that they were under the age at the time, but that still doesn't excuse what happened to them. Because if they were virtually SA, physically SA, whatever the case may be, they're still a minor. The onus is not on the underage children or child to say, "Hey, I'm this old, I'm that old." You're an adult, and you should know who you're speaking to and who you're sending, especially if you're sending unsolicited pictures and having minors on a adult platform with their voice on it without their consent. The emotional and psychological turmoil that Brayden may have or may not have felt is completely, the onus is completely 100% on Adora. So we don't
Right.
do victim blaming here.
Yeah, Adora and Nate for sure. And thank you, and thank Glohan in the comments, because I don't understand all the hate I'm getting. I've got texts and all kinds of crazy things last night. I just had to put my phone
Yeah.
on D&D
I've
and go
been
to
right in
sleep.
the position. I haven't had something exactly like what Adora did, like anything on TikTok per se, but
But
I've been a minor that's been taken advantage of by an adult and
yeah,
sent things and forced to do things. So I feel your pain genuinely. So as one
and
person who was a former minor that got abused, like I feel how you feel.
I
And
genuinely was there because the community and everything. But I just wanted to clarify really quick, because I know Goose was about to say something. For the people who were in the comments saying that I had to lie to get it into any discords, like I said, I only joined the BFS and Andy's Discord after I turned 18. All the screenshots I just showed were not in Discord servers. They were DMs between me and Adora. They were DMs between a group of me, Andy, and Reggie. They were, sorry, not. The only victim that Adora had apparently added after being fallen victim, I guess, is the best way to say that. And then yeah, that's all I wanted to say, is to clear that up.
Thank you. I don't see Pumpkin in the request for viewing from the
Do
front.
you see like a goth pumpkin or something like that?
Yeah, I know her. She's a friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll
I just
go
didn't see
message
her.
her. Yeah, I'm gonna message her to see if she's coming back. Hold on.
Is Vanessa still here?
Yeah, Vanessa's watching.
Vanessa's still hiding away.
Get in
Which
the
is
box, Vanessa.
I really wish
so deeply
Vanessa.
disturbing.
I wish Vanessa would join, just so we could have a conversation.
Howdy, y'all.
Hey, beautiful.
How are you doing?
We're here.
I just think honestly, this person just really needs to not be on TikTok. They're making it harder.
They're
Social
not on
media,
TikTok anymore.
social media in general. Has anybody checked to see if Adora's been on her Twitch account at
Um,
all?
No.
hang on. I checked like the other day. Um,
They were on stream. They are still very much active on Twitch.
All right, all the people coming in for a quick recap. We're talking about in Adora. Andy held a live 4 days ago. Kind of sums up a lot of the new stuff that came out. If you missed that and you want to recap, heavy trigger warning. And there's a lot of stuff in there that is bad. It is under my YouTube. Echo Debates should be in my link tree as well, or go to YouTube, Echo Debates. The video is under a separate playlist called Adora. Again, before you watch it, heavy trigger warning, you cannot unsee it.
It says on her Twitch, their Twitch, last live 5 months ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, last time I heard she was live, and when I checked, was before she left the app last time.
But the other account connected to streaming that I'm not gonna mention, showed still activity this week.
I just want to apologize for getting a little upset with Christy. I'm just so tired of that other side. And the other thing is my thing in the beginning with Adora, and I'm not sure. I picked up on it right away after she had her surgery that she uh, the rest of it, but I did know she had um, access to other means to make money. I did not realize she was doing it at the same time. My question is personally, and for some of that don't have time to get on TikTok like some of y'all do. I know some of y'all have taken a vacation, and I don't blame you, especially in the climate that we're in right now. But a lot of us do have time to watch, and we do pick up on things. And a lot of us are closed off from a variety of different communities, or even some of you big creators, as far as, hey, this seems a bit off. Who do we talk to about that? And I know we can't like form some sort of hierarchy within ourselves, but it would be somewhat advantageous for all of us who pick up on things, um, to be able to have a place to voice those concerns.
Yeah, and the sad part is that people get like backlash, right? Like in the community, um, if you speak up, it seems. I know I have gotten backlash
Sure,
before
sure.
for speaking up against certain people that I didn't feel like were, oh geez, man, just like it's. Uh, I'm just gonna shut up. Just, for
This
people
screenshot that I have up
who
right now is
we where you get that feeling that something is just not right, right?
Yeah,
Something is not lining up, right? Like us
yeah.
as um, and it's hard to, right? Because you don't want to invalidate somebody just because of
Nope,
the way they look,
100%.
right? Because we've all been there. We've all been in the
Yeah.
beginning stages where we're not passing and all that stuff, right? And so, like, I don't want to come up and just say like, nope, you're not valid when you differentiate. Like how are we supposed to even have that conversation?
And even you, Goose, while you guys
Adora playlist. It's the only video on the playlist. That's the Andy Live from 4 days ago now.
Are you recording this one, Echo?
I am not. I'm at work and on the panel. I can't.
Okay.
TikTok records the lives automatically, so I could give it to Echo, and they could upload it onto their YouTube. The only problem is it doesn't pick up the comments; it'll just pick up the conversation. But I am interested. There are quite a few people in the guest request, and I would like to perhaps maybe cycle some people out to hear what other people may have to say on Adora. And we could always bring people back up. So Echo, I'm gonna put you in charge because I'm actually telling you what I'm charging right now. So I can't do that right now. Thank you.
I gotta go anyway, so I kind of said my
Thank you,
piece.
Demi.
Thank you, Demi.
Echo, do you have what's your Discord at, if you don't mind?
Echo.nb.
Okay.
Hey, I'll be real quick. I just have one quick thing. So I'm just a little confused. Like all this stuff is obviously valid. I had the same experiences with Nate. So like, to be clear, like I said last night, like I 100% believe Braden and all those things, obviously. I don't think not to say that, but just to clarify. But I'm just a little confused because Braden said they turned 18 this year and that they didn't join BFS until they were 18, but I just recently saw a screenshot that says they joined BFS in October of 2023. And in order to get in there, you would have had to say you were 18. So I just, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because that just doesn't align. I have the screenshot. I can literally show it if you want me to, but it just doesn't really line up. And also if they turned 18 this year, that means that they joined before they were 18 and most likely put it on.
I wasn't verified in the Discord until I was 18. I said that already.
Okay, so you said like not that long ago that you didn't join till you were 18. So now I'm just saying like it's confusing
Andy
because
just
if
said
people
BFS didn't exist 6 months ago, is what she said.
Yeah, so if people like that's the thing. The whole point of me saying this again, like obviously I believe your story. I have my like the same story with Nate. My issue is that like people may have thought you were because you said you were when you joined before you were 18. And so like my whole thing is just like it feels a little bit like you're putting the blame on people that they didn't know, but people had reason to believe you were. That's the only thing I'm saying.
No, I understand other people are putting the blame, but I have already admitted that no one had asked and there was no reason for me to really state because, there was no response like, when did this happen? How old were you or anything like that? Just automatically assumes I'm 18.
No. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, I can pull it up on the screen. Give me one sec, guys. But I understand what you're saying. And I'm not like coming after you. Like again, I've said it a million times. Like I believe your story because it happened to me too, and I would never victim blame, right? I will show the screenshot in a sec. But what I'm trying to say is that like you were saying nobody asked, right? And what I'm trying to make clear is that people may have believed that you were 18 because you were year, even though earlier you said that you weren't in here weren't in there until you turned 18. And so if you were in there back in October of 2023, I'll show the screenshot in a second, then that gives people reason to believe that, which is why people may not have asked. That's what I'm explaining. Right. Well, yeah, you guys, you're saying people shouldn't have assumed, but like there's a clip of Braden saying they were 18 when they joined Adora's live when she asked. There's a when you join Discords, they ask you your age, like they don't age verify, but they expect you to say your age, and then they say like if they find out that you're lying, then they'll kick you, right? So like all I'm saying, I'm not doing anything to Braden. All I'm saying is that
this is why people may not have asked, because they may have had reason to believe you were because of this. That's literally all. Because it my age, that's what it feels a little bit like. And I'm like, it seems like people already assumed you were. So that's all. I can show the screenshot. Sorry. Let me do that. It's not necessarily, yeah, I was going to say it might have to go because this is not, it's below this where it shows when Brayden joined BFS. So you might have to do the big one, like the long one to show. There you go. So you can see at the bottom here, it says October 5th, 2023. So that's all. I'm just saying, guys, I'm not blaming Brayden. I believe this happened to Brayden. Again, this happened to me. Like, all I'm saying is that Brayden joined before they were 18.
Echo, I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come back. I'm just I have to step out really quick, so I'll be back though.
Okay.
All right, babe. Come on.
I was just gonna ask, since you said, because I know I heard your story last night about a little bit about the Nate, and we just had a little bit of time to talk. But did you also get I know you mentioned unsolicited picture. Did you also get that on Snapchat?
Yeah.
Because he didn't save any really chats.
Yeah, I think it was intentional. So the way it went with me is like I was on panels with Nate on lives because I didn't know that they were like this. And then they requested me add them on Snap, and I was like, that actually felt safer to me because I don't want to give somebody my phone number if I don't really know them that well. So yeah, I gave Nate my Snapchat, and then pretty much immediately I was getting weird messages, like creepy messages, and then I got an unsolicited picture. Remove myself from the situation safely because they had a big following. I didn't know the group very well. I was worried about what would happen to me if I called them out because I didn't know anybody else was doing it. But yeah, all this to say, yes, it was on Snapchat. Saying I wanted it is fucking weird. I'm sorry. That's disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. Anyway.
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Can you remove that person who said that?
Victim blaming. Yeah, if I wanted it, then when they asked me to be their girlfriend, why would I have to? Somebody might have the live from back then. The next day on live, they guilted me publicly on live for turning them down. So lots of people saw it. But yes, Brayden, it all happened on Snapchat, just the way it happened with you. And I received probably a very similar picture to what you did. So I understand exactly what happened to you. And I appreciate that you're willing to share that because it's hard to share those. And I had a lot of people tell me I was lying and say that I was doing it for clout and all those things. So I appreciate
Same here. And I forgot what I was just going to say. Oh, it was all after I had confided in Nate that I was in the community and everything. Know who to turn to. But then I'll just come out with Adora, and I found out I was in that, and then it's just gone so downhill from there.
Did Nate, not that this matters, this doesn't matter, but I'm just going to ask anyway. Did Nate know how old you were?
Yes, he did. Or they did.
That's really bad. Have you?
He wanted to know. Sorry, they wanted to know what state I was in after I said my age, so that they could check the laws.
Oh,
that is fucking disgusting.
That is absolutely atrocious. I am so sorry.
Did you?
You know he's back on he's back on TikTok. You guys know that, right?
Yeah, he's been trying to come back for like 3 months now.
Wow.
So once he found out I was 16 and about to be 17 and all that, he looked into Texas law, and once he found out I was emancipated, it was over from there. So
Hey, Peachy, did you ever send any pictures back to Nate?
No. I
Did you
didn't
ever
want
send
to.
pictures? Well, any pictures of yourself? Did you ever send anything back to him?
He added me on Snapchat, and yeah, I'm sure I sent him Snapchats because like they would message me sometimes on Snapchat, but then yeah, there were like people send a picture and put a text on the screen, but never anything that was like nudes. Nate has
And
never
also,
seen my naked body.
okay. Also, it's the responsibility of the host, the server owner to verify minors. We don't blame minors even when they lie, right? It's our responsibility to do as much vetting as possible. That's why we ask people's age when they join the panel. Okay, so to sit here and be like, well, he
I know
lied and said
that.
he was 18, and here's the date. It's irrelevant. It just goes to show that
That's not what I
server.
said.
Well, you
Yeah, so
did.
don't
You said
miss
that.
don't mischaracterize what I said, right? My
You
point
just
was
said that
not
he said
my point
you said
my
that he
point
said he was
was not
18.
my point was not that he but my point, like you're misunderstanding what my point was. My point was that I was confused because earlier I heard Braden say that he just turned 18 this year and that he didn't join BFS until he turned 18. But then I had a screenshot that showed that he joined it before he turned 18. So I'm not blaming him. I've said that like 17 times at this point. I also had this happen to me. I fully believe him. I'm not blaming him. What I'm
Well,
confused about is like that part because it seems like he did join before he was 18. I wasn't even in that server. I was never a
well,
Dora fan. Like none of that. I was in that server.
right.
I joined it like February or March or something. I wasn't even in it back then. I don't know any
I
of that
just
stuff.
I just want to mention that it was like public and everything, and well, it was for subscribers and stuff, and you had to verify even if you were a subscriber once you were in there, and this was at like so. I could see certain channels, especially in your screenshot. I was able to see live chat and stuff, but I wasn't verified in the server. I could only see like the public VC, the live chat, and when Adora posted when she was live. I could not see anything else, and I couldn't chat in channels. I may have gotten them twisted because, like I said, I was also in Andy's live. Um, I don't remember what it was called. I think it was State of
My live
Exception or
chats were not
something.
public to anybody who didn't have permission. So
Yeah.
if that's your experience with using a Discord, that would have been Adora's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, I didn't get, like, it might have been yours that I didn't join until I was 18 because I know I verified in one of them and, like, had to even speak to mods and stuff. But my point is that BFS, like, the only thing I was able to see was those things because I wasn't verified in there.
Yeah, so I think that's a reflection on how crappy Adora may have had her Discord set up. We know people can join Discords, but they don't get the permissions unless they go through a verification process. So the request may have been there, but they may not have been like fully approved. And that may have been whoever set up that Discord server may have screwed that up too with the permissions.
Really quick, I have a screenshot of somebody that came forward last night and sent a message to somebody that I know. I don't know if you guys want to put it on the big screen, but this is a screenshot of Mandora asking us about. There's a couple of things that he said, asking about women that want to have fun, and also asking about a woman's 8-year-old daughter, what her SMEX and gender identity was. So here's a screenshot. And when this woman came forward, I just want to be clear, this woman came forward and this woman's been getting harassing messages and threats all day. I don't know why people are threatening this woman that came forward, but she's going to come in my live later and she's going to share the rest of her story. But this is a screenshot that she sent about her situation.
Well, I've also been threatened, and I'm trying to send Cuddlefish like a list of all the numbers as he asked.
Yeah, everybody needs to stop threatening, stop trying to silence people speaking out. You know, if someone is a victim of Dora, don't silence them.
Anyway, I'm gonna drop. You guys have a good day.
Absolutely. Like again, I said this yesterday on my on my live. Like none of us should be threatening Brayden. Like Brayden is somebody who's trying to come forward with their story. Wildly inappropriate. Like we're talking about the experiences of people who have been victimized by these live creators.
Just a quick question because it was asked in the chat earlier. Because Nate is trying to come back. Does anyone know their user?
I think they're still using the original, no? Nate Bates, I think it is. Like I think there's an underscore between the two. There may be some numbers after it. I could go and look after the live ends.
Let me see what I
Yeah,
can
because
dig up.
they're dangerous and they shouldn't be on the app, let alone around others if they're trying to do shit like this.
Let me double check what I can find, and I will let people know. Yeah, they got a new account. The old one is still around, but they do have a new account. I know that. They got like 1 or 2 new accounts.
So, if there's anything anybody else has to say about Adora, if there's anybody in the comments that wants to come up and share their experience or their thoughts, I welcome you. We've been going for a while now, so.
What was the person's name who come up here? Was it Peach, the other victim of Nate? Was that their name?
Peach, yes.
Peaches.
The one who was showing the screenshot of one.
It's Peachy.
Peachy, okay. I just wanted to say to Peachy, I completely understand because I didn't notice that they had dropped. Completely understand you weren't trying to blame me in any way. Okay, I see you now. I completely understand that. And I understand what you were saying, and I appreciate you bringing that perspective because I hadn't looked at it that way. Maybe I should have, and maybe that's on me, or maybe it's on the host, like other people said. I don't know, but either way, it was my experience, and it's valid, like people have said. So.
Wolf, welcome.
Yes.
Can you let us know how old you are, please?
I am 38 years old.
Awesome. So, what has your experience been with Adora?
Well, I haven't watched their platform in a while, and I had no idea that anything was going on until actually I came across your live today. Was in complete and utter shock at what was going on, and I've been on it for a little bit, and I just got back on because I was dealing with kids and stuff like that. But yeah, I that's just baffling that they are under the crosshairs for that, just because of how strongly they were trying to represent that community. Are we allowed to talk
And
about
and the
others that we feel,
I mean, I'm trying to keep it
or
focused
are we
on Adora only because if we start going down other people, like it's
community? And I remember what made me stop watching them, because what made me stop watching Adora was, or start watching Adora, was because I found out that my niece was trans, and so I went on and found Adora, and just to get education and stuff like that, and was watching Adora for a little bit, and then what made me stop watching Adora was the accusations of them. Um, it was the one live where they I guess like flashed their bottom on live on TikTok, You all heard about that or not?
Yes.
But that was before. That was a few. You all heard about the incident happened. So, but yeah, no, that's just.
Yeah. So if you go to Echoes,
And yeah.
Well, I think there's a video up on TikTok. I saw it earlier because I jumped off this live for a little bit to go deal with some stuff, and then I went back on and was trying to look up. And I think I was Mel. It looked like a lot like her. I haven't seen her in a long time, but there's a video up of Mel talking about it a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she made a video just kind of speaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. Just look up Mel, and then it's like right should be right there.
Yeah, I might do it when I'm not protecting my peace. But yeah, thank you for letting me know.
Yeah. So, all right, I'm gonna jump off so somebody else can jump back on. But y'all have a good day, and yeah.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yep. How do I jump off? If you want to drop me, you can drop me. I don't know how to jump off.
Same. How do
I gotcha.
Hey, Pippa, how are you?
Hey, Goose, I'm going well.
I'm sure
Sort
you.
of.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure you have thoughts
Yeah,
on
I
this.
do. I do. Um, I definitely had concerns about Adora. Probably going on 12 months ago, once I found out that they were an incel. So I joined their panel over a handful of times. You know my thing. Want to keep women's spaces, female only. So when I went up there, it would just be bullying, belittling, kicked off with a galaxy, laughed at, name called. Adora was saying, well, if you feel uncomfortable with me in your bathroom, you can get the fuck out. And that's when I sort of joined the Adorable Snark page on Reddit. I think I was like the 150th member on that. And I think that was actually started from people who were in Adora's inner circle, like ex-mods and part of the best friends squad. But I didn't realize the extent was this bad. But knowing what I know now, and Adora continuously repeating that, I have my targets wrong. It's cis men that do this. I'm just wondering, do you feel as though women's fears are justified now, particularly when somebody like Adora, with close to 100,000 followers, was able to pull the wool over everyone?
I mean, I think I'll never deny a woman's feelings of feeling in any kind of way. Just even I get it. See, that's the thing, right? Um, like being raised as a girl, right? Like we have been conditioned, right, to fear men, right? And my thing is, uh, I do not see trans women as men, right? And that is where we part ways. However, with Adora, and now with everything coming to light, it makes things even more difficult than they were before. I feel like because she was such a huge presence on here. I had stopped interacting and watching Adora, and kind of separated pretty much from all of Mel and Company, after something had occurred in the past, which I really don't want to rehash right now. Um, and I didn't appreciate or like the way that she hosted her lives, and so I just kind of separated myself. You know how people say like, oh, if you don't like me, just like unfollow me, don't come into my live if you don't like it, right? Like, so I just didn't go into her spaces because I thought that the way that she kind of spoke to people was I didn't like it. Um, and it made me really uncomfortable to be in that space. And so I just kind of separated myself. And by separating from her meant separating from everybody basically who was attached to her, right? Because if you denounced her, which I did, um, I got so much backlash from people. People who I was once mutuals with were sending me really unsettling DMs. You know, I still have them. Just all of this, right? I lost followers just because I didn't align, and I think that's one of the problems. You know, that you get so invested, you invest so much into one person that you don't even know. You know, yes, this is an app, right? And we are real people, right? But the presence that somebody has on this app is only, you know, what I am willing to share with you, right? Like you don't know everything about somebody, and this is a perfect example of how all of the people that supported her just, you know, even the people who were closest with her, right? Even Andromeda and Mel and everybody, right, who vacationed with Adora still didn't know. Like she kept it so hidden and private and tucked away that you know, this exposure on OF for people to kind of like wake up a little bit and kind of like start to question and look a little deeper, right, at the things that she was doing and you know the way she was responding to people and her body language, right? We were like, oh well, now it makes sense, and now I see it, right? Um,
I did
because
see it
perhaps
after. They always seem so distracted and not listening to guests.
yes,
You
and
know,
perhaps you know we
vacant.
didn't want, maybe we didn't want to see it, right? Maybe we like unconsciously like we're telling ourselves like no, like it's something else, or like we don't want to believe this about somebody, you know what I mean, until more people start speaking up about it, right? And then we start seeing like the proof coming out and it's like, well, fuck, right? Like now I feel like this awful person for supporting this, right? And I put my supporters in harm's way, right? So yeah, there's a level of guilt, even on my end, you know, for being somebody who, you know, like I was often in Adora's live and as a co-host and you know stuff like that. And looking back in hindsight, it's um, it's hard to not be hard on yourself with that. So
And I get that. And
if
I get
any,
that. And I think,
if anything, it makes me more mindful and more hyper aware of the people that I surround myself with.
yeah. Well, I think, unfortunately, Adora has left a massive trail of psychosocial injuries for, for people, you know, that followed her, that didn't follow her, that it's just horrific that to think that this person has been looking at a decade or more of violent material, torture of women, grilling body parts, eating them. This is even more sickening than I could have imagined, to be honest.
Specifically
Out
organs,
of
and it's so crazy.
it's like out of a horror movie. Like it's hard to believe that it's
Yeah.
real, even, you know, like that somebody could like envision this and in their mind and then put it into words and write it down and just like feel that way about anything, anyone, not even just women, just humans in general, to be able to have that mindset, to allow yourself to go there is just like there's something like seriously mentally wrong with her.
And when I raised it with Adora, the incel behavior, and how have you suddenly changed your hatred towards women? Like, that just doesn't go away. And they said they've done a lot of soul searching and worked on themselves. But when I found out they've still been accessing these platforms, I found out.
Oh, Adora
Admit it.
Adora announced it